King for the past 14 years since pre-K. So I would say that the science foundation here is really good, especially in the upper school. My science teachers have been really supportive, and they taught me a lot of the foundational knowledge that eventually enabled me to conduct this type of research. I would say in terms of tutors, I actually have never had a tutor before. My dad helps me occasionally with like math and science because he did that in college. But other than that, I would say that the STEM curriculum at King is extremely good. Yes.
I'm glad to hear that. Leon Wong, thank you so much for joining us. We'll be rooting for you. We'll be cheering you on. Thank you for contributing to the base of knowledge to move our society forward and to really help a very significant problem, which is we've got a huge aging population, and a lot of people as they age lose their memory and functioning. So any kind of contribution to this area is very welcome. And we thank you very much for coming on the show. Congratulations, Leon.
Thank you so much, Lisa. It's been a pleasure.
It really has. Leon Wong on the Lisa Wexler Show.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Any sun will fade during the afternoon with a high near 30 and a breeze light out of the west. Clouding over this evening. There will be light snow moving in by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Any light snow will end by mid to late morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. Check out our storm center at voiceofct.com. Brought to you by Brown Roofing, BMW of Darien, and Sono Collision. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's February 24th. On this day in 2004, Danbury's Joey Logano wins the Daytona 500.
Connecticut's Joey Logano wins the Daytona 500.
Daytona 500, guys!
In 1997, scientists announced the first successful cloning of a sheep named Dolly.
No, they're not cloning sheep. It's the same sheep. I saw Harry Blackstone do that trick with 2 goats and a handkerchief on the old Teen Martin show.
In 1987, a one-way fare from South Norwalk to Grand Central on Metro North cost $4. February 24th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. 84-year-old Nancy Guthrie was last seen nearly 4 weeks ago before being taken from her home. And Savannah Guthrie says in a video posted on social media,
"We need to know where she is. We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million.
CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti in Tucson.
24 days, you had Savannah Guthrie and her family in a number of posts holding out hope that their mother could be alive, now calling it a miracle if she is alive, while also coming to the understanding, to terms with the fact that she may be, in fact, dead, and that they're now looking for her body, while desperately pleading for anyone with information to help them find Nancy Guthrie.
Cleanup is underway from the massive winter storm that stretched from Maryland up to Maine. Officials in Rhode Island say it's going to take a few days to recover after a record snowfall of more than 3 feet in some areas. East Providence Mayor Bob DeSilva.
If you do not need to go out, please don't go out. The local side streets are still very narrow. We're seeing people get stuck.
New Jersey Governor Mikey Sherrill calls it a historic storm.
Snow totals of over a foot across the state and 2.5 feet in some places. Wind speeds up to 65 miles per hour and sustained winds of 40 miles per hour.
Atlantic City and Cape Cod have been without power. President Trump will deliver the 2026 State of the Union address tonight before a joint session of Congress, laying out his agenda for the year ahead and touting his accomplishments since returning to office. CBS's Caitlin Huey-Burns on what voters want to hear.
A lot of voters told us that they want to keep the focus on the economy, that there's still more work to do to bring prices down, for example. There was also some concern about kind of what we are going to do in terms of foreign policy and the broader implications of potential war.
The head of France's world-famous Louvre Museum has resigned. Reporter Brad Gibson in France.
The head of Paris's Louvre Museum has handed in her resignation following a cascade of scandals. Laurent Descartes has overseen a high-profile jewelry heist last October, rolling strikes, a multi-million-dollar ticket fraud ring, and multiple water leaks that damaged galleries.
Consumer resilience continues to help keep the economy aloft. CBS's Jason Brooks.
The Conference Board's confidence reading improved to 91.2 in February, from 89 the previous month, with a solid improvement in the expectations index for the next 6 months, overcoming a weaker reading in the present situation index.
Stocks rebound with the Dow up 456 points on Wall Street. This is CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth, half a world away. Reach for the stars.
If I take time to think, they might go get Brad.
On CBS, Sunday morning.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Wallingford teen remains hospitalized after a weekend crash in Newtown. It happened Saturday afternoon along I-84. Police have released more details, saying both drivers involved were speeding at the time of the crash. One driver involved fled the scene but was later found. The teen who was injured was a passenger in the second vehicle and remains in serious condition. Tomorrow, the full state Senate is set to vote on more than a dozen so-called, quote, emergency bills. It's not clear what the bills entail and why they're being discussed under emergency status, since the legislative session doesn't end until early May. When legislation passes under emergency status, that typically means ignoring the legislative process, which includes public hearings. Some Connecticut Democrats are joining others in boycotting President Donald Trump's State of the Union address tonight. Late last week, 1st District Congressman John Larson, 4th District Congressman Jim Himes, and U.S. Senator Chris Murphy announced they were sitting out the address in protest. All three Connecticut lawmakers said they would instead be attending a rally being held on the National Mall. Murphy said in a statement, quote, Donald Trump has made a mockery of the State of the Union speech, adding, quote, Democrats have no obligation to reward him with an audience. Between 20 and 40 House and Senate Democrats in total could boycott tonight's address by the president. This morning, both Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz participated in a Black History Month celebration hosted by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The ceremony included remarks from Stephanie Abrams, president and CEO of the New England Air Museum, who spoke about the Tuskegee Airmen, and Dr. Sheila Kearney, who provided a presentation about her aunt, Mary Kearney, who served as a key officer in the 68 88th Central Post Directory Battalion during World War II. And the Trumbull Town Council unanimously approved a bonding resolution for the new Veterans and First Responders Center in town. The $710,000 bond will allow the final phase of the center to be built. The town can now sign a contract with a construction company with the anticipation to resume construction in April or May. To keep track of the project and to learn more, check out TrumbullVeteransCenter.org. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Parkway northbound construction between exit 13 and 14. Right lane is blocked on the southbound side of the Wilbur Cross. Southbound roadwork exit 50 down to 42 A and B, and approaching exit 61, left lane is blocked. 91 southbound construction exits 10 through 7 in the right lane. 84 eastbound, you have it exits 2 through 4. Stay left to get around it. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery, all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
So keep in mind, if you are listening to the President's State of the Union tonight live starting at 9 on WICC, or if you prefer to watch it either way, though, we'll have it with you. If you're in the car and you can't really have video running in the car, keep in mind, just so you know, and you may approve of this, or you may say, come on, are you kidding me? Can we stow it for one night? At least half of Connecticut's congressional delegation will not be there. Now, it's their purvey not to be there. I get it. We don't make people sit through addresses. We don't. I know what you're saying. Well, geez, I'm surprised because, Hitler, wink, wink, and Hitler, nod. Oh, don't give me that crap. Stop with me today already at 9 minutes past 2. So at last check, kudos to Senator Richard Blumenthal, 2nd District Congressman Joe Courtney, and 3rd District Democratic Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro. They're going to be there. Now, they say that they in no way agree with most or anything that Mr. Trump is going to put forward tonight or that he has put forward, but yet they are acting like Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Courtney, and Ms. DeLauro. They are acting like adults in the room, which is good. See, the way you act like an adult is you sit there and you listen, and then afterwards you talk to the press and say, well, I disagree. But the way you don't act like an adult is what Chris Murphy is doing, and Jim Himes and John Larson and Johanna Hayes. They're not going, I don't want to go, because that's a bad man up there. And I've told you before, and I will tell you again, if I was an elected representative of the people of Connecticut, you know what I would do? I would think, well, I could just cater and kowtow to the people that elected me. That's the easy thing to do. The amen chorus is always the easy thing to do. It's an easy way to go. Oh, I'll do the go along to get along here thing with the amen chorus. But the tough thing, the amen chorus, meaning the blue people in this state who don't like Trump, which is fine. I get it. I'm not telling anybody they have to vote for anybody. But what I am saying is that, and I mentioned this when we talked about this, I think this was last week, when I asked the question here when Chris Murphy wasn't going to go, and turns out the algorithm, because it sniffed out Chris Murphy's name, apparently by the numbers I saw, it took this question across the country. But is there not an obligation, and maybe you disagree with me, but is there not an obligation for Mr. Himes, for Mr. Murphy, for Mr. Larson, and Ms. Hayes to sit there respectfully, even if you don't agree with somebody, and represent the people that maybe did not vote for you? Like I say, the amen chorus is nice and easy. Like Mr. Sinatra used to sing all those years ago, nice and easy does it every time. Like the man said. So kudos to Richard Blumenthal, to Joe Courtney, to Rosa DeLauro, who have said, hey, you know what? I'm going to go. I'm kind of paraphrasing what they said. I'm going to go. But having said that, they say, I'm not expecting much, which is okay. But maybe that bothers you. Maybe it doesn't. So keep in mind tonight. And maybe you want nothing to do with this address. I understand it. A lot of people say that, you know, we shouldn't be doing a televised. A lot of people say, well, you know, we shouldn't be doing a televised State of the Union because it just turns into a campaign speech here. If you got rid of the State of the Union, I wouldn't care. I really wouldn't care. But here's the question we start with today. At 203-333-9422, 333-WICC, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Very simple. Do you intend to listen or to watch the State of the Union tonight? I'm not saying you have to. A lot of people will. They'll love it. A lot of people won't. They'll hate it. But what are you going to do? Now, I have confessed before, I very rarely watch State of the Union addresses because I'd rather read the transcript. And I have trouble sitting and with all the applause lines. And I think, and then they take the shot, and half of the chamber is standing and half of the chamber is asleep, suffering some manner of flatulence. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So what do you think? What are you going to do tonight? Will you be watching it? Will you not be watching it? Will you watch it begrudgingly? Will you stay away from it? You tell me. Do a little business here, traffic and weather together as we continue right here. Oh, my God. It's time for the State of the Union address coming up right here on WICC.
As March approaches, NCAA basketball is just heating up. Get on board for all the action of Big Ten basketball on WICC. Every weekend, hear matchups from across the country live. Every basket, every buzzer beater, every single moment. NCAA basketball lives here. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The silence of fresh powder. The power to get there. Discover the new Land Rover Defender at Land Rover Fairfield. Geared for epic days with top-tier equipment from CB Sportif in Westport. Master the season. Adventure calls.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance. The rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Sono Collision, Fairfield County's best for top quality collision repairs. We deliver unmatched precision and care to restore your vehicle. Trust us for excellence. Visit sonocollision.com or call 203-939-9955.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders, and we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Outpatient therapy services now available in Fairfield and Guilford. Gaylord.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway northbound construction between exit 13 and 14. Right lane is blocked on the southbound side of the Wilbur Cross. Southbound roadwork exit 50 down to 42 A and B, and approaching exit 61, left lane is blocked. 91 southbound construction exits 10 through 7 in the right lane. 84 eastbound, you have it exits 2 through 4. Stay left to get around it. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, conveniently open to fit your schedule. Cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all in one place. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. I'm Nash Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with below the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Since 1926, proud to be Connecticut's leader for news and talk for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9.
About that, 100 years. No, I was not here when we started this whole merry thing back in 1926. All right? But I am glad to be here in the 100th anniversary, where we can talk to listeners and voters and callers and ask things like what I'm asking today. It's our kickoff question today. Will you be watching or listening to the Trump State of the Union address tonight? Are you the kind of person that would do it, but you're not going to do it because of Mr. Trump? Or on the flip side, are you the kind of person that would not do it, but you will be doing it because it's Mr. Trump? I just find this stuff fascinating. Dick Blumenthal, Joe Courtney, Rosa DeLauro, they say they'll go, they'll be respectful, and they'll go. They want to hear what's happening. Jim Himes, John Larson, Johanna Hayes, and Chris Murphy are not going to go. Mr. Murphy, I think John Larson and Jim Himes are going to be at that People's State of the Union, which, listen, don't stop with the peoples here. This is not Marxist Russia. This is not communist Cuba. We go to the People's Assembly. No, Chris, don't do that. And I think Johanna Hayes is doing something with young voters or young people. That's nice. Now, me, I would go. Even if I was an elected Republican and I don't agree with a Democrat, I'd still go. It's a couple of hours. You sit there. You can get some sleep. You can nod off. I don't know. But will you be watching or listening, yes or no? And what do you think of the folks from our congressional delegation, many of whom, I guess, are supposed to represent people that did not vote for them? Isn't that how that's supposed to kind of happen here? I don't know. Let's start off with Linda in Trumbull. Linda, hi. You're on WICC. How are you?
Hi, Paul. I'm good. I've been a caller before.
Yes.
Love when we agree, and I'm okay that we don't, but I couldn't disagree with you more on this.
Okay.
And I jumped to get to you today, and here's why.
Yep.
I don't think that there's just two options of being a grown-up and being a child as far as making a decision. I think I don't have the right words for it, but there's a certain thing that I believe the politicians who are choosing not to go, and that is because I don't like Trump, but I haven't liked a lot of presidents in the past. My sense is that I wish there was a word stronger than a line crossed for the last handful of months, where the escalation of non-presidential, absence of decorum, insulting, illegal phrasing of losers, being called losers in the Olympics, calling justices of Supreme Court, stupid, or whatever the adjectives were that he used. He has long since lost me as someone for whom anything he has to say is anything. And I know because it's recorded, those that choose not to sit in the room, since there's no exchange of conversation anyway, those, they can see it just a moment after it's over. They can sit down, and if someone said you have to see it because of some important thing, it'll all be covered in the news or amongst their peers. But you have to make...
No, Linda, you're breaking up, Linda. Linda, you there? Yeah, you broke up a little bit. Go ahead.
the absurdity of his late night X comments in all caps, written and using words that don't even make sense. None of it merits. I know he sits in the presidential office, but I believe we have reached a line in the sand such that I think that a statement has to be made, and the proper one on this night is I will not be listening. I will make sure it is not within earshot if my husband chooses to listen. I don't want to hear a word he has to say because it will be a campaign speech for a campaign he believes he is still running for in the future.
What about, Linda, what about the between 600,000 and 800,000 people in this state that did vote for him last time around? Should they not, especially with Mr. Murphy, are they not sending Mr. Murphy to Washington to hear all voices?
I think there's a lot of times we find out that these congressional folks are not present for votes and this and that. And I think that, as I said, a unique line in the sand of inappropriate human behavior of the person who breathes and is called the President of the United States has gone to such a far level of unacceptable that these are conditions for which have never been experienced before. So I think the rules have had to change in the last 6 months.
All right, so you would change those rules then, Linda. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here because there are undoubtedly, and I can tell by our numbers here, there are undoubtedly thousands of people listening to us now saying, well, Linda, that's all well and good, but I pay Chris Murphy's salary and I would like him to be there, and then he can walk out to a forest of microphones afterwards and bash on Trump all he wants.
The fact that it's recorded and that I'd rather, as one of those people, have him be present for every single vote that ever takes place is more important for what will actually transpire in this country than have him be representative. And we're going to have to disagree.
All right.
I just think that's. I think I'm saying clearly. I feel like I'm being fair.
Oh, you are.
Because it's recorded. Because it's recorded,
Yep.
It's not like it will be lost.
Oh, I know.
Anyone.
No, come on. Listen, and the minute that you're right, Linda, and thank you. Appreciate the call. Look, the minute that Chris Murphy is done and John Larson and Jim Himes are done with this people's assembly or what it is, they're going to get in a car, and the first thing they're going to say is, all right, what did he say? Do you have the transcript? So to that point, yes, it is a show. It is. It is. I would just say, personally for me, as much as I don't care how this person is acting or whatever, I really don't. Because to me, I would say, you know, God, I can't stand him. I loathe him. My God, I would have to I don't even want to be in the same room with him where I might have to shake hands with him if he extends his hand. But personally, me, and there's no way I would ever even sniff the U.S. Senate or Congress, but I would say, you know what? 700,000 or 800,000 people in my district voted for him. Maybe I have to act like an adult. That's just how I feel. You know, these things don't happen every day. And look, I was equally as critical of Republicans when they did stupid things during some of Mr. Obama's States of the Union. Who was that? Who was that idiot that was sitting in the back of the GOP backbench saying, you lie, you lie? All right, maybe he's lying, but you know what? If he's lying, you don't scream at him during the freaking State of the Union address. What was his name? Congressman, I forgot his name. I'm sitting there watching and, what? No, it wasn't Al. No, thank you, Chris. Al Green was the guy that yelled at Trump last time. Yes, Al Green, not the good Al Green, not no, not that Al Green. I'm talking about Congressman Joe. Chris, do me a favor, just Congressman who yelled at Barack Obama, who yelled, "You lie." And this guy, this chooch, this Cavone, I'm sitting there yelling at the screen, going, "My God, what was his name, Chris? Congressman Joe Wilson." Thank you, Chris. Joe, he's another one. Even if you disagree with Mr. Obama, as he did at the time, and it was something to do with Obama, you know, come on. You don't yell at somebody. Yeah, so Joe Wilson and Al Green, not the talented Al Green. That he's a legend. This Al Green with the hair product and the cane. Stop it. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound construction, exits 13 and 14. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, road work approaching exit 61 in the left lane and further south from exit 50 down to exit 42 A and B. Stated left to get around that. 91 southbound, more construction, exits 10 through 7. And on 84 eastbound side, you have it exits 2 through 4 in the right lane. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Recently, a lot of new law firms have been showing up here in Connecticut. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up for the people of this state for more than 85 years. When our neighbors are injured, we fight to get them the results they deserve. Because we're from here. We know the people, the court system, investigators, medical specialists, and we have a track record of delivering for our clients. If you get hurt, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
We all have the ability to make a difference, to come together, to change a life, to make a wish come true. By supporting Make-A-Wish Connecticut, you are bringing hope and joy to children fighting critical illnesses. Children like me. Visit ct.wish.org to learn how you can become a wishmaker and be part of a journey that changes lives. Just imagine what you can do. Visit ct.wish.org today to learn more. That's ct.wish.org.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SOUND to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SOUND for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
It's Duchess Restaurants. It's fresh, made to order, and it's what makes Duchess food so good. Duchess Restaurants has so many choices. Try the Big D Philly cheesesteak, or how about a combo meal like a Big D cheeseburger, long dog, or grilled chicken sandwich with fries and a drink, or a roasted turkey, bacon, and cheddar on wheatberry bread. You can't go wrong with one of Duchess Restaurants' many menu items: sandwiches, wraps, burgers, hot dogs, and more. All of Duchess's menu items are made to order, adding to their fresh flavor. You gotta eat at Duchess. Go to GoDuchess.com for the one nearest you. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Today's video message from Savannah Guthrie acknowledges that her mother may not be alive, even as the family hopes for the best. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti is in Tucson.
It marks a transition from a potential search effort to a recovery mission. Savannah Guthrie saying that her family is now offering a $1 million reward.
Today's family and friends activity in the Northeast, clearing snow after yesterday's huge storm. This man and his family have formed a conga line of sorts to shovel out in Norwich, Connecticut.
The cleaning process is going really well. It's the advantage of having a big family and friends. We get together, help each other out.
President Trump will host several guests for tonight's State of the Union address. CBS's Nancy Cordes.
He has invited a young girl from California who was gravely injured when her car was hit by an 18-wheeler that was driven by someone who had come to this country illegally.
CBS News Brief, I'm Peter King.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Connecticut's severe cold weather protocol has now been extended through noon Thursday. It was initially activated Sunday ahead of Monday's nor'easter and was supposed to expire at noon today. Governor Ned Lamont said he made the decision to extend based on a forecast for bitter cold temperatures and wind chill for the next couple of nights. Anyone in need of a shelter or a warming center can either call 211 or visit 211ct.org for location information. Cleanup is still underway across Connecticut after this week's winter storm dumped between 1 foot and 2 feet of snow across the state. Thousands of Eversource utility customers were without power throughout most of the day Monday, and another nearly 3,000 United Illuminating customers. Bridgeport was hit the hardest with roughly 20 inches of total accumulation. According to the National Weather Service, the Hartford area saw between 7 and 17 inches of snow. In New London County, Mystic had 24 inches, and New Fairfield in Fairfield County had 21 inches. Meanwhile, forecasters are keeping an eye on the potential for 2 more storms later this week. If you still have snow to shovel, make sure you're being careful. State medical experts are warning about the health risks of snow shoveling, particularly the dense, wet snow that made up most of Winter Storm Calvin Monday. In addition to physical injury, Dr. Cynthia Price from Hartford Hospital told WTNH-TV News 8 that there is also an increased risk of a cardiovascular event.
You're using all of the oxygen that is around your heart. Your blood vessels are constricted. It's cold. Your blood is thick. It's cold. And that is a setup for cardiovascular events.
Some tips for staying safe while shoveling include warming up before going outside, pushing the snow rather than lifting it, and making sure to stay hydrated. The Connecticut State Police responded to over 80 car crashes during the height of the storm from 5 p.m. Sunday to 3 p.m. Monday. No serious crashes were reported, and the majority involved no injuries.
Whether that be a car that is stuck in the snow or is spin out and they can't get out of whatever position that they're in.
State Trooper Ramonda Zuta spoke about the state police response during the storm.
It's all hands on deck. Additional troopers have come in to help with what we call snow patrol, to kind of help with these calls that come in, whether they be accidents or motorist assist, because they definitely can pile up.
Police are also reminding drivers that Connecticut has an ice missile law, meaning that if you don't clear the snow off the top of your car, you could be pulled over and issued a ticket. If the snow should fly off your car and cause an accident or injury, that fine is much higher. Commercial vehicle traffic has resumed in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont has lifted his emergency order that prohibited all commercial vehicle travel during the winter storm. Parts of Connecticut are currently digging out from under more than 2 feet of snow, and crews are continuing to clear the roadways. CT Transit resumed regularly scheduled bus service today. Standard snow routes will remain in effect until road conditions improve. Normal service also resumed for Greater Bridgeport Transit in the aftermath of Monday's blizzard, with a warning that riders should expect delays and possible detours. The Greater New Haven Transit District is also back on a normal schedule post-storm. And Bradley International Airport reported this morning that approximately 25% of flights had been canceled, but that there has been an improvement as the day went on. The airport was open during Monday's storm, but no planes left the tarmac. The cancellations primarily impacted morning departures, with only 3% of arriving flights being canceled. The Connecticut Airport Authority is advising travelers to check the status of their flight with their airline. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound construction exits 13 and 14, and on the Wilbur Cross southbound roadwork approaching exit 61 in the left lane and further south from exit 50 down to exit 42A and B. Stated left to get around that. 91 southbound more construction exits 10 through 7, and on 84 eastbound side you have it exits 2 through 4 in the right lane. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with a low to mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stratford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, live coming up tonight at 9 right here on WICC. If you cannot be in front of any sort of video or a screen, you can catch the State of the Union address. I believe we did this also during the Biden years and the previous Trump years and all that. So check it out at 9 o'clock tonight. Now, however, 4 members of our congressional delegation that draw government checks to represent everybody in their district, even people that I'm scared to say voted for Mr. Trump, or they would be scared to say voted for Mr. Trump. They're not, I guess, going to remember those people. I don't know. You tell me. Now, as far as our 2 Senate members, Mr. Blumenthal says he is going tonight. He said he's not, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, he said he's not thrilled about it, but he's going. Joe Courtney's going to be there. Now, of course, he gets those annual couple of submarines for the eastern part of the state, which is good. And Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro, who had a very pointed argument the other day with some area clergy men and women in her district, said no, she is going to go. So Rosa's going, Joe Courtney is going, and Richard Blumenthal is going. Jim Himes is not. Chris Murphy is not. John Larson is not. Now, he's locked in a very tight election battle with 3 candidates, including Luke Broden in Hartford. And Johanna Hayes, now, she I guess, is not going to the People's State of the Union. I can't believe they're using People's. They're just, you gotta use something else. Don't, I'm telling you, don't do anything that sounds like it's Marxist. I'm just telling you, playing into a stereotype, but I digress. And as our first caller said, when you come down to it, it's not a huge deal. It's symbolic. It's got a lot of symbolism. And look, there have been Republicans in past years that I know have skipped State of the Union addresses or States of the Union addresses or whatever the proper plural is here. And they have a right to do that. We don't make people sit through these things. But I just kind of find it interesting here. And I will tell you, and I'm being completely honest with you on this, if I was an elected member of Congress, and assuming I probably would be a Republican, let's just say that with what my beliefs are, and if I was a Republican elected member of Congress, and no matter how much I disagreed with a Democrat in the White House, I would still go. I wouldn't clap a lot. I'd sit on my hands. I'd probably grind my teeth if the time was appropriate. I'd bite my lip and all that fun stuff. And I'd be courteous, but I wouldn't be just over the top, wanting a picture and wanting to shake hands and all this. But that's just my thought. What do you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And if I can, let me just add my 2 cents to this. You know how this is going to shake out tonight. I guess the men's hockey team is going there. So remember now, we won the gold medal over the past few days. 2 great teams, gold medal winners, the U.S. men, which are comprised almost completely, and all the teams were this year, of National Hockey League players on the men's side, and a lot of the women's team was made up of current college all-stars or members of the PWHL. Yes, there is another women's pro hockey league, and it's doing quite well, getting average crowds of 9, 10, 11, 12,000. in many cities. I think they're in Boston, they're in New York, they're in Montreal, they're in Vancouver, I think, or whatever. So good for them. That's great. So apparently the women are not going, and the men are going. Now, if I don't know whether you've seen this online, but man, oh man, we can't even keep politics out of this. There is stuff. Trust me on this. In fact, I'll find the name of the article on the break. There were some articles out there the other day in some decidedly progressive publications, which is fine. Look, there were good writers on all sides of the spectrum. But how people are now worried about the men's team. They're worried about men's USA hockey because apparently they may show up. Oh, my God. They may show up at the State of the Union address. That's it. Fascism has arrived. Honey, yes, fascism is here. Yeah, never mind. I'm watching the hockey game. No, seriously. There are people on the left whose heads are cracking now because, well, number one, that picture, did you see that picture over the weekend of Jack Hughes draped in the American flag, missing his 2 front teeth after he scored the game-winning goal? That's one of the greatest pictures ever in the history of sports. And you have some people out there saying, this is disconcerting. And these young men, multi-millionaire, white, European ethnic multimillionaires are going to sit in the presence of Donald Trump on Tuesday. Oh, my God. Thank God the women didn't go. Now, you folks know that I know a little bit about hockey, okay? And I had to laugh because the first time I heard that Mr. Trump it jokingly said, well, I'll have to ask the women too. But he was going to ask the women to be at the State of the Union address, right? How many of you thought the same thing I did? They're never going to go. They will make up something. Can't go. So they came up with scheduling conflict. Now, again, they're different than the men. The entire National Hockey League is on a break, okay? So let's admit up front that the women's situation and the men's situation is different. The men are multi-millionaires. Their teams have to get back to practice in a couple of days, and I think they pick up the schedule again on Saturday or Sunday, whatever, because the National Hockey League took the time off. But when I heard the excuse the women gave, that they weren't going to be there, I went, there it is. Now, again, I don't have the itinerary of every person on that team. I don't know what their person, but when with timing and scheduling, okay, I guess. Now the PWHL doesn't start their season again until day after tomorrow, Thursday night at the Prudential Center in Newark, as Montreal comes in to take on New York. And there's only 2 college games tomorrow night of the women, Maine and Merrimack, and BU and Providence. So don't listen. If you don't want to believe me, fine. Just you watch. I am telling you, you watch the blowback at this time tomorrow or even tomorrow morning. Listen to the news with Melissa tomorrow morning, especially the CBS News top and bottom of the hour. Oh, there will be a rumbling, boiling controversy over this. Oh, the men showed up and the women didn't. Oh, I think that you'll have people trying to parse this like they're dissecting a fetal pig. Remember that in high school when we had to do that? Oh, let's get the scalpel out here and see what we can find out. But I ask you, hockey players or not, will you be watching or listening tonight to the State of the Union address?
Save more on heating costs this winter with better value and better heating services from Hoffman Energy. Switch now and get $125 free heating oil. With local 24/7 service in any weather, a monthly budget plan, and service plan options, Hoffman Energy has everything you need to stay warm, save, and enjoy a worry-free winter. Use propane? We've got you covered too. Ask about our special offers. Get your $125 free heating oil now. Visit HoffmanEnergy.com or call 877-359-0623 today.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-747-1515. That's 800-747-1515. 800-747-1515.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound construction exits 13 and 14, and on the Wilbur Cross southbound roadwork approaching exit 61 in the left lane and further south from exit 50 down to exit 42 A and B. Stated left to get around that. 91 southbound, more construction exits 10 through 7, and on 84 eastbound side you have it exits 2 through 4 in the right lane. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Where Connecticut comes for live and local talk. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, talk or text. It's the same number. We made that easy. 203-333-9422-333 WICC. Richard Blumenthal, Joe Courtney, Rosa DeLauro will be going to the State of the Union address tonight. It's not that big of a deal. Jim Himes, Chris Murphy, John Larson, and Jonna Hayes, they're not going. It's not that big of a deal. Congresswoman Hayes, I think, is going to a youth event, which is kind of cool. John Larson, Jim Himes, and Chris Murphy, I guess, are going to have some sort of People's State of the Union, which is fine. That's what our country is based on, dissent. We had a caller earlier in the show saying that there was no way she was going to watch it. She didn't agree with Mr. Trump on nearly anything, and that's fine. But I think she did make an illusion, not illusion, she alluded to with an A, not an I, an allusion to the fact that her husband may end up watching it or something like that, or the notion being that she hopes and forgive me if you're still listening, I remember this part of the conversation saying that you hope you didn't have to listen to it because your husband was. And that reminded me, I have a couple of friends, one on one side of the aisle, one on another, married couple, they're cohabitating married couples who essentially sit there and bite their lips and watch certain programs and certain programming in order to, what's that phrase we always hear, to maintain the domestic tranquility. And the remark that we had from our first caller today made me laugh and think about a dear friend of mine who may be listening. And very happily married, great couple, beautiful daughter. But he has to, from time to time, to maintain the domestic tranquility, sits there, and he's not a fan of the major networks. He's a cable news guy. You know, you bounce back and forth, CNN, Fox, and all this, as many people are. So he will, with the lovely missus there, watch the mainstream network news shows, the old line shows, Face the Nation on CBS, NBC's Meet the Press, and what's the other one? Now, what am I missing here? Meet the Press, Face the Nation. Oh, and ABC's This Week, which do still get millions of viewers on a Sunday. And I have another friend who's the kind of opposite. She is more of a cable news person, but they're on the other side of the aisle here. So, you know, but suffice it to say that they do what they do because they love their spouse. Are you in that situation tonight? In other words, are you a husband or a male domestic in a relationship, heterosexual, bisexual, I don't care what it is, where you will sit there and you will grin and bear it, loathing Mr. Trump just because your other half wants to watch it? See what I mean there? Or the opposite. Do you love Mr. Trump and will your other half just sit there and go, okay, honey, when is this over? Oh, it's only been an hour. You know what I mean? So is tonight's decision, or whether it hasn't been made or not, or maybe it has been made, is it being made to establish, and there a famous line in some speech that talks about the domestic tranquility. Is that what we're doing here? You tell me. Now, I do not cohabitate with anybody, so I can do whatever the hell I want, watch it or not. But come on now, tell the truth, and if you want to text me, you can at 333-9422 or call at 203-333-9422. Will one of you, will hubby or wifey, just sit there, or girlfriend, boyfriend, or cohabitator of whatever sexual proclivity you may have, will they just be happily gritting their teeth and biting their lip because you want to, or you don't want to watch the State of the Union? Come on, admit it. You're just saying, all right. See, when I was married years ago, still friends with my son's wife, we still laugh about it. Whenever she wanted to go to, and it's not to belittle these companies, but the furniture stores, the candle stores, I would do that. I would go. I would act like I was enthused, because then I'd have a nice pile of chips, and I'd slide them to the middle of the table, and I would say, honey, yes, the jets are on. Leave me alone for 3 hours. Let me painfully torture myself for 3 hours. But why? You remember the time I went to the candle store with you for the 13th time? Yes. So you didn't really like that? Well, I kind of built up chips, sweetheart. That's how us guys do it. George in Milford. George, you're on WICC. How are you?
Very good. How are you guys doing?
Well, you tell me, George. We're good. What's up?
All right. Well, I was listening to you about the speech tonight and what representatives are going.
Yeah.
And, it's a good point that supposedly Blumenthal and Hines and everyone else, Murphy, that they represent the state of Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't agree a lot of times with Trump, and I don't agree with what Biden did, or I disagree with a few other people. But nevertheless, if they represent our government and our state, I should not be ignorant. I should not be to a point where I'm not going to listen to him because I don't like him. If he's being paid for by the state of Connecticut, which is my tax dollars, then I expect him to go there and at least listen and come back with even his own opinion.
Yeah.
But go there.
Yeah, George, thank you. I appreciate the call, George. Thank you. And that's what I kind of floated out. Now, George, there'll be a lot of people who don't agree with you or don't agree with me or whatever. But if I was an elected member of Congress, this is just me. And George, thank you for bringing that up again. I would say, well, you know what? God, I can't stand this one. But you know what? my staff told me about 700,000 people in my state voted for him last time around. Maybe I'll just bite my lip. But a lot of you may not agree with me, and that's what we're here for. See, we love everybody. Come here. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound construction exits 13 and 14, and on the Wilbur Cross southbound roadwork approaching exit 61 in the left lane and further south from exit 50 down to exit 42A and B. Stated left to get around that. 91 southbound more construction exits 10 through 7, and on 84 eastbound side you have it exits 2 through 4 in the right lane. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline nasal spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
And I love these people who say, and it's always said on both sides of the aisle, well, you know, this State of the Union address, it's nothing but a campaign speech. Of course it is. What do you think it is? On either side. Well, it's not that way with Democrats. Oh, stop it. Listen, I've got nothing against any State of the Union address being a campaign speech. People are smart enough. They can understand that because every president's going to go up there and say, here are our problems. Here's what I did because I'm so great. Here's what I want to do because I'm really great. Here's what Congress is going to block me from doing because, they're not so great. So come along with me for the ride. Good night, everybody. God bless, and God bless America. Of course they're campaign speeches. If you were afforded, 2 hours of free television time, what are you going to do? Sing Kumbaya with everybody? You throw in a couple of God Bless Americas, and off down the merry road we go.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. Weeks after her mother Nancy disappeared, Today's Show co-host Savannah Guthrie says in an online video,
we still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home.
The family is offering a reward up to $1 million. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti says of the investigation,
DNA from inside that home remains a critical piece of evidence here, though I did speak with several sources close to this investigation who described that DNA evidence as low level. It has been tested. It is still being analyzed in a lab in Florida. We're going on more than 3 weeks now, and sources telling me it may not yield a name or names.
President Trump tonight will deliver his first State of the Union address of his second term. He's expected to focus on the economy. Several Democratic lawmakers say they will not attend. And in a network-exclusive interview, Speaker Mike Johnson has told CBS Evening News anchor Tony DeCopel,
I think it's detestable that members would boycott the speech. We've never done that. It doesn't matter if there's a Democrat president. You go and respect the office. You respect the decorum, the institution, the tradition of having had this speech made. And it's it's sad to me that Democrats are choosing to opt out of that.
Democratic Senator Elizabeth Warren says she expects to hear Trump explain away the fact that he promised he would lower costs on day one.
We will be on day 400, and the cost of groceries is up, the cost of utilities is up, the cost to build a house is up, and the cost of health care is through the roof.
The Rotor Act, requiring aircraft locator systems that the National Transportation Safety Board recommends to prevent mid-air collisions, fails to get House approval. The head of the NTSB says the system would have prevented last year's mid-air collision near Washington, D.C. that killed 67 people. At least 2 people in Maryland have died in the storm that brought record snowfall and strong wind from Maryland to Maine. In Camden County, New Jersey, crews are working to restore power. CBS News Philadelphia reporter Ray Strickland in Stratford.
Atlantic City Electric says right now it's an all-hands-on-deck effort to restore power, with the company calling in reinforcements from as far as Kentucky and Michigan. Now, Atlantic City Electric says many people should start seeing their power restored today, but in some of the hardest hit areas, it could take days before their power is restored.
Officials condemn an incident in which they say New York police were injured when a crowd pelted them with snowballs as they walked through Washington Square Park yesterday. They were taken by ambulance to a hospital for treatment, and NYPD says it's under investigation. Stocks are up on Wall Street. The Dow has jumped 400 points. NASDAQ is up 231. This is CBS News.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up jtv.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Wallingford teen remains hospitalized after a weekend crash in Newtown. It happened Saturday afternoon along I-84. Police have released more details, saying both drivers involved were speeding at the time of the crash. One driver involved fled the scene but was later found. The teen who was injured was a passenger in the second vehicle and remains in serious condition. This morning, both Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz participated in a Black History Month celebration hosted by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The ceremony included remarks from Stephanie Abrams, president and CEO of the New England Air Museum, who spoke about the Tuskegee Airmen, and Dr. Sheila Kearney, who provided a presentation about her aunt, Mary Kearney, who served as a key officer in the 68 88th Central Post Directory Battalion during World War II. Commercial vehicle traffic has resumed in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont has lifted his emergency order that prohibited all commercial vehicle travel during the winter storm. Parts of Connecticut are currently digging out from under more than 2 feet of snow, and crews are continuing to clear roadways. And Bradley International Airport reported this morning that approximately 25% of flights had been canceled, but that there has been an improvement as the day went on. The airport was open during Monday's storm, but no planes left the tarmac. The cancellations primarily impacted morning departures, with only 3% of arriving flights being canceled. The Connecticut Airport Authority is advising travelers to check the status of their flight with the airline. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Merritt Parkway northbound construction exits 13 and 14. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound road work approaching exit 61 in the left lane and further south from exit 50 down to exit 42 A and B. Stated left to get around that. 91 southbound more construction exits 10 through 7. And on 84 eastbound side you have it exits 2 through 4 in the right lane. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Pizzelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
1 hour down, hour number 2. Isn't it fun? Oh, my dear God. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Let us, if we can, shift gears here. Oh, and by the way, we do have a couple of questions of the day up on our Facebook page, facebook.com/voice of CT. And we'll get back to these. The questions, of course, never go away. One question I am asking here, will you be watching or here on WICC listening to the State of the Union address tonight? And our pal Chris Williams will be going over the answers here at the top of the next hour, so we'll do that. We also have a question. I want to get to this, too, regarding another survey that was done for the Connecticut governor's race. And you remember the survey that was done a couple of weeks ago that the campaign of Aaron Stewart put out? There were allegations that it was a push poll by the Ryan Fazio campaign and all this. Well, now we have a little bit of a different poll here that shows, not surprisingly, a little bit of a different outcome. So we will talk about that. But I have to point this out to you, even if we only spend a bit on it. You know how passionate I am and how upset I get when normal lawmaking in Hartford is not done the right way. And what do I always urge you folks to do? What do I say? Don't get so wrapped up in who's at the top of the ticket. And what I mean by that is, yes, you can get wrapped up in Ryan Fazio and then Aaron Stewart and Betsy McCoy or Josh Elliott or Ned Lamont, or going back where everybody got wrapped up in Dan Malloy and Tom Foley and Bob Stefanowski and all that. But where the rubber hits the road is the General Assembly. It's the state legislature. The 36 men and women, Democrats and Republicans, in the state Senate, and the 151 men and women, Democrats and Republicans, in the state House. Yes, for a relatively small state area-wise and population-wise, we have a lot of representatives. I have nothing wrong with that. To me, smaller districts are better than bigger ones. Now, having said that, despite the fact that we have almost 200 relatively smart individuals in Hartford, you do get a lot of legislative slop. And this is what I mean. One of our previous guests, Mark Pasniokis, and Melissa's had him on the morning too, I believe, and so has Lisa. This is exactly what I mean, and this is why I'm telling you. If you want to vote for Ned Lamont, fine, in November. Go ahead. If you say you would never vote for a Republican governor's candidate here in Connecticut, go ahead. That's your prevalence. That's your prerogative, I should say. Fine, to the top of the ticket. But I got to tell you, the lawmaking, the sausage is made by a lot of the people that you mindlessly, and I mean that with all the warmth in my heart, you get so wrapped up in the governor's race, you don't think about the General Assembly. And you don't think about the leadership, especially the Democratic Party. What am I talking about today? It's the same slop over and over again. From Mark Pasniokis' story, quote, the General Assembly is poised to take an emergency shortcut to pass a bill that would, among other things, provide millions in earmarks and other grants to select committees and groups. It would extend a moratorium on addressing racial imbalances in schools and set worker-friendly standards on warehouse. Do you understand what's going on here? The Democratic leadership in Hartford is saying, screw the normal process. They know they have an election coming up, and they are trying to get things done on an emergency basis. Please explain to me. And I'm okay if you can call me up right now at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Where's the emergency here? Look, going back to COVID, I can understand that. But come on, this is crap now, and the Democratic leadership in Hartford, they know it. But you know what? They have the numbers. Why do they have the numbers? Because you people keep sending them to Hartford every year, yet you get ticked off at Ned Lamont. Or you get ticked off at Dan Malloy. Or you used to get ticked off at John Rowland and Jody Rell. Do you not understand? They don't have as much power as you would like to think. By certifying the measure as an emergency, we have an emergency now. Oh, honey, what's wrong? We have an emergency. Now get this. Legislative process. What's this? By certifying the measure as an emergency, Senate President Pro Tem Martin Looney of New Haven, and House Speaker Matt Ritter of Hartford can call for votes on the bill Wednesday, tomorrow in the Senate, and Thursday in the House with limited vetting by legislative committees. That's Matt Ritter, and that's Martin Looney saying, screw what anybody else thinks. It's literally that. But every 2 years, hey, look who got reelected. I swear, some of you people are just too dumb or you don't care. Many items in the legislation, elements of which were still being tweaked. They write these bills on the run. Are drawn from bills that had public hearings or passed one chamber last year. The emergency versions would push it back another year of some of these bills. There's no emergency. Do you understand? There's no freaking emergency. Now, there is motivation here. I'm not saying there isn't motivation. But there's no emergency. We'll come back after this. Folks, I got to tell you, this only happens in Connecticut because you allow it. Well, I recognize the guy's name, or I recognize her name. Yeah? Oh, yeah, I think I met them at my son's Little League dinner. That's not enough. That's not enough. Do not be an ignorant voter. Now, there's more to this story than meets the eye. We'll talk about it coming up right here on WICC.
You know that the most popular person in your office is the one who brings the breakfast. And this time, that's you. With a little help from the Voice of Connecticut, make your way to voiceofct.com and enter to win the Breakfast Brigade. We'll grab a bunch of treats from Cakes by Sonia and head directly to your office. Impress your boss and be the hero of all your coworkers with the WICC Breakfast Brigade. Coming to your office soon.
The rave reviews for Fairfield Motor Works say it all. Ron in Fairfield bought his Mercedes and says, love this place. I've finally found a mechanic I can trust. Diane in Shelton had her Nissan serviced and says, this shop is the best. They go above and beyond for the mechanics you can trust. Bring your car to Fairfield Motor Works. 203-333-1800. Fairfield Motor Works in Fairfield off exit 25. They keep you going. Fairfield Motor Works. 203-333-1800. 333-1800.
The Klein Auditorium in Bridgeport is excited to announce a special free performance by the U.S. Navy band Sea Shanters. It's the Navy's official chorus making their Klein debut. Hear a broad selection of musical works from patriotic selections, traditional sea shanties, and feel-good classics by Stevie Wonder, the Andrews Sisters, a Motown medley, and more. The concert is on Tuesday, March 3rd at 7 p.m. For ticket information to this free concert, visit theklein.org or call the Klein box office.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Are you worried about inflation, market volatility, taxes, and what the Fed might do next? You know, navigating today's financial landscape can be overwhelming and stressful, but the good news is you don't have to go at it alone. Tune in to Mastering Your Wealth with David Gagnon for insights and strategies to help you protect and grow your wealth. You can join David every Saturday morning at 8 right here on WICC 600. You can also visit David online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, late running road work between exits 15 and 14. Stay left to get around them. And on 95, you're busy but moving in Stamford, Norwalk, Fairfield, and New Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut's radio leader for 100 years. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, understand something here. There is no emergency in Hartford. Do you understand that? And it doesn't matter if you're a Democrat or Republican. This is crap. This is garbage. This is what the Democratic leadership in Hartford does to keep stuff away from Election Day. Let's go over some of this stuff here. Now, we're talking about the General Assembly being ready tomorrow. This is going, you know what's going to happen tomorrow, folks? I'm telling you. And I'm telling you, this is not just me being partisan. It's not. The Democratic leadership in Hartford, Bob Duff from Norwalk, Martin Looney from New Haven, Matt Ritter, Jason Rojas, all of whom at one time or another have been on this radio station. But gee, what a shock. Some of those same people won't come on anymore. I wonder why. Ooh. They are going to be using a parliamentary move tomorrow to jam through pieces of legislation that they haven't been able to do the normal way. And they say, well, we've had these bills in the hopper for years. Yes. And you still, Mr. Looney, Mr. Ritter, Mr. Duff, Mr. Rojas, you have not sufficiently provided or come out with a bill that is suitable to all sides. Geez, that's called the, let me guess now. The legislative process. Yes. So let me give you a couple of reasons here why they're doing it this way. Now, keep in mind, there's an election coming up, and not only is the governor reelected or defeated, but members of the General Assembly are, right? The General Assembly is poised to take an emergency shortcut, because everything's an emergency now in Harvard. Oh, my God. Honey, did you hear? No, what, dear? It's an emergency at the Capitol. And, again, they extend Ned Lamont's emergency powers because, of course, the emergency began till COVID. Hey, guys, up in Hartford, hello. COVID's over. It's done. We need to go back to normal lawmaking. Among the things that the emergency bill would do, one would be to provide millions in earmarks and other grants to select communities. Ooh, I wonder what that may be. And do you think they're doing that? Let me ask you something. What's Doug McCrory been accused of? Long-running state legislator. Oh, getting a little funny and funky now with millions of dollars. Allegedly, some of which controlled by Abu Mahdi, allegedly. So all of a sudden now, right when the Republicans are saying, hey, we need an ombudsman, we need an inspector general for all this earmarked money to these social groups and these charity groups, the Democrats are saying, oh, got to do this. Oh, boy, it's an emergency. Another part of the bill would extend a moratorium on addressing racial imbalances. Now, you know why they want to put that in the emergency bill? Because they know that's a greasy question, racial imbalances in schools. It's going to piss off somebody. No matter what you come up with through the regular process, somebody's going to be pretty ticked off. Okay, and again, there's an election coming up. And the third one, how about this? It's an emergency. Matt Ritter, Bob Duff, Jason Rojas, even the governor, they all say it's an emergency, Martin Looney. So we have to set worker-friendly standards in warehouses. This is what, for example, so the state of Connecticut that has no idea how to fix its education system, the state of Connecticut has no idea how to improve the electric grid in the next 10, 20 years, but they do have time to kiss the asses of unions out there because they're going to tell private companies on how to conduct business in their warehouses. That's what they waste time on. Instead of at least making like they believe something should be done regarding the electric grid, or something should be done on per pupil spending in the state, or something should be done on things like the property tax burden in this state. Addressing bills like this under the guise of an emergency, the Connecticut Mayor writes, is very unusual. Is an unusual exercise of power by Matt Ritter and Martin Looney, Democrats whose party controls more than 2/3 of the seat in each chamber. Republican minority leaders say it might be unprecedented. Well, of course it's unprecedented. And again, you see what's happening here, folks. They're doing it this way. They don't want to do this in individual bills that the governor would have to either sign off on or veto. And then if the governor vetoes a bill that may cost him in the election, it would bounce back to the State House or to the State Senate. And as Mark Pasnioka says here, They've got a veto-proof majority there. So here's the bottom line. Both sides here, the General Assembly and the governor's office, believe, evidently, unless they tell me something different, that it's more important to get reelected than to actually, and folks, if you think I'm being hyper-partisan, go right ahead and say that. But follow this, and you know what they say, follow the money? No, follow the trail here. It'll end up landing you at one spot, and that will be Election Day.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, late running road work between exits 15 and 14. Stay left to get around them. And on 95, you're busy but moving in Stamford, Norwalk, Fairfield, and New Haven. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
This Friday for Lent, let St. Joseph's Parish in Shelton do the cooking, announcing the St. Joseph's Parish Lenten Fish Fry this Friday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at St. Joseph's Parish, 424 Coram Avenue in Shelton. Enjoy clam chowder, fried fish, baked fish, and coleslaw, plus raffles, community, and more. The St. Joseph's Parish Lenten Fish Fry is this Friday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at St. Joseph's Parish, 424 Coram Avenue in Shelton.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Are you looking for a loyal friend, a cuddle buddy, or just some unconditional love? Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, and the perfect companion is waiting for you at the Connecticut Humane Society. From playful pups to cuddly cats, these furry friends are ready for their forever home, and that home could be yours. By adopting, you're giving an animal a second chance and gaining a best friend for life. Visit cthumane.org to adopt and volunteer, or to donate to help care for pets still waiting. Adopt love, support hope, choose the Connecticut Humane Society.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Savannah Guthrie says in an online video that her family needs to know what happened to her mother, who has been missing since February 1st, and are offering a reward up to $1 million.
We also know that she may be lost. She may already be gone. She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves.
Officials in Rhode Island say it's going to take a few days to recover from a storm that stretched from Maryland to Maine, dropping a record of more than 3 feet of snow in some areas. East Providence Mayor Bob DeSilva.
We need more equipment, heavier equipment, front-end loaders,
equipment that can handle this kind of snow.
President Trump is expected to focus on the economy in tonight's State of the Union address. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
He will, of course, lay out a very ambitious agenda, I think, for the working people of this country to make America more affordable and prosperous and safe and make the American dream more attainable.
CBS News Brief. I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Tomorrow, the full state Senate is set to vote on more than a dozen so-called, quote, emergency bills. It's not clear what the bills entail and why they're being discussed under emergency status, since the legislative session doesn't end until early May. When legislation passes under emergency status, that typically means ignoring the legislative process, which includes public hearings. Some Connecticut Democrats are joining others in boycotting President Donald Trump's State of the Union address tonight. Late last week, U.S. Senator Chris Murphy, 1st District Congressman John Larson, and 4th District Congressman Jim Himes announced they were sitting out the address in protest. All three Connecticut lawmakers said they would instead be attending a rally being held on the National Mall. Murphy said in a statement, quote, Donald Trump has made a mockery of the State of the Union speech, adding, quote, Democrats have no obligation to reward him with an audience. Between 20 and 40 House and Senate Democrats in total could boycott tonight's address by the president. Cleanup is still underway across Connecticut after this week's winter storm dumped between a foot and 2 feet of snow across the state. Thousands of Eversource utility customers were without power throughout most of the day Monday, and another nearly 3,000 United Illuminating customers. Bridgeport was hit the hardest with roughly 20 inches of total accumulation. According to the National Weather Service, the Hartford area saw between 7 and 17 inches of snow. In New London County, Mystic had 24 inches, and New Fairfield in Fairfield County had 21 inches. Meanwhile, forecasters are keeping an eye on the potential for 2 more storms later this week. The Connecticut State Police responded to over 80 car crashes during the height of the storm from 5 p.m. Sunday to 3 p.m. Monday. No serious crashes were reported, and the majority involved no injuries.
Whether that be a car that is stuck in the snow or is spin out and they can't get out of whatever position that they're in.
State Trooper Ramonda Juta spoke about the state police response during the storm.
It's all hands on deck. Additional troopers have come in to help with what we call snow patrol, to kind of help with these calls that come in, whether they be accidents or motorist assist, because they definitely can pile up.
Police are also reminding drivers that Connecticut has an ice missile law, meaning that if you don't clear the snow off the top of your car, you could be pulled over and issued a ticket. If the snow should fly off your car and cause an accident or injury, that fine is much higher. Connecticut's severe cold weather protocol is now extended through noon Thursday. It was initially activated Sunday ahead of Monday's nor'easter and was supposed to expire at noon today. Governor Ned Lamont said he made the decision to extend based on a forecast for bitter cold temperatures and wind chill for the next couple of nights. Anyone in need of a shelter or a warming center can either call 211 or visit 211ct.org for location information. If you still have snow to shovel, make sure you're being careful. State medical experts are warning about the health risks of snow shoveling, particularly the dense, wet snow that made up most of Winter Storm Calvin Monday. In addition to physical injury, Dr. Cynthia Price from Hartford Hospital told WTNH-TV News 8 that there is also an increased risk of a cardiovascular event.
You're using all of the oxygen that is around your heart. Your blood vessels are constricted. It's cold. Your blood is thick. It's cold. And that is a setup for cardiovascular events.
Some tips for staying safe while shoveling include warming up before going outside, pushing the snow rather than lifting it, and making sure to stay hydrated. CT Transit resumed regularly scheduled bus service today. Standard snow routes will remain in effect until road conditions improve. Normal service also resumed for Greater Bridgeport Transit in the aftermath of Monday's blizzard, with a warning that riders should expect delays and possible detours. The Greater New Haven Transit District is also back on a normal schedule post-storm. And the Trumbull Town Council has unanimously approved a bonding resolution for the new Veterans and First Responders Center in town. The $710,000 bond will allow the final phase of the center to be built. The town can now sign a contract with a construction company with the anticipation to resume construction in April or May. To keep track of the project and to learn more, check out TrumbullVeteransCenter.org. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkways southbound, late running construction between exit 15 and 14. Stay left to get through. 95, you're busy, but you're moving. Stanford, Norwalk, and Fairfield. And on 95 South, some extra cars making their way through Long Wharf. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, great to have you with us. A lot more coming up. We'll continue our discussion of the legislative slop that's going on in Hartford, good, bad, or otherwise. There is a new poll out about the Connecticut governor's race. Could show some weakness, maybe, for Aaron Stewart in a possible primary with Brian Fazio and or Betsy McCoy. Of course, our question of the day, I knew this would rile a lot of people up, as it certainly has. Go to Facebook.com/Voice of CT. Do you plan to watch or listen to the State of the Union address tonight? Your choice to listen or watch or not. Not a choice of our next guest, because I think she'll be working. Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News, joins us. Olivia, good afternoon. How are you?
Hi, good afternoon. I will be working, so you caught me.
Hey, from covering so many speeches in my career, how quickly do you guys and gals in the Corps, in the press corps out there, you'll get the text of it, what, like a few minutes beforehand?
Usually a few minutes beforehand, sometimes a few minutes after. If I remember correctly from last year's State of the Union, we got the full text about 10 minutes after he started.
Got it. So what's Olivia, are there rumblings around here? Are there rumors? His critics say, well, it's going to be nothing but a re-election speech. I guess the men's hockey team is showing up. What have you been told? What are you learning up there?
Well, let me address the fun part first, which is the men's hockey team, because I'm actually here at the White House today, and they just arrived here a little bit ago. We have not seen them yet from where we are in the West Wing, but we are told they are here. We've seen some pictures so far, but they are expected to go tonight. That's creating somewhat of a logistical issue because there's a lot of them, and they're big, tall hockey players, and so there's not a lot of space for them. So Speaker Johnson today said it's going to be logistically interesting, but they're going to figure it out. But other than that, we're told the president is going to focus very heavily on the economy. He's kind of hitting the reset button on this speech. This is supposed to give him and the GOP kind of a framework for the midterms to say, hey, here's what's working and here's what's really resonating with voters and here's what we think we've accomplished so far that you can take back to your constituents and tell them about. So that's going to be the focus of today's speech, is really on affordability, on the economy. We're also expecting the president to talk about crime reduction across the U.S. and immigration. Certainly that is a big tentpole of his agenda. Also, he's going to talk about Iran, we're told, and that's really interesting because obviously we've seen a big buildup of forces in the Middle East potentially ready to strike Iran. But we're told the reason for that is the president is going to talk about Operation Midnight Hammer, where they attacked the nuclear sites in Iran last summer, and try to make the case that there's still more work to do to try to get Congress really on board with this action that he may eventually take in Iran.
All right, Olivia Rinaldi at the White House as we speak. Olivia, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, there you go, folks. Right here on Connecticut Today, live in the White House. Olivia Rinaldi there saying that the U.S. men's hockey team has, in fact, arrived. They are there. All right, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
A cancer diagnosis comes with so many questions. Should you get a second opinion? What's the right treatment? How do you tell your kids? You don't need more questions in your life. You need world-class cancer care here in Fairfield County. That's why Stamford Health collaborates with Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, ranked number 3 nationally for cancer care. Your search for answers stops when our care for you starts. Stamford Health.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-551-7672.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-551-7672. That's 800-551-7672.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkways southbound, late running construction between exit 15 and 14. Stay left to get through. 95, you're busy, but you're moving. Stamford, Norwalk, and Fairfield. And on 95 south, some extra cars making their way through Long Wharf. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Preset number 1 on AM and preset number 1 on FM. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
All right, thanks once again to Olivia Rinaldi, CBS News. You hear her on the top and bottom of the hour a lot here. You also see her from time to time on the CBS Evening News with Tony DeCopoli there. DeCopoli, a Connecticut guy, too. How's about that? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And we heard from Elizabeth Rinaldi that while she was talking to us, the hockey team just got, let me tell you something, folks. I've been around hockey players my entire professional broadcasting life. From the time I got to BU, big hockey school, to when I got out and started doing high school hockey on the radio. I was fortunate enough on and off for about 10 or 11 years to do Quinnipiac, the Quinnipiac men on the radio. I still do occasionally some of the Quinnipiac men's and women's games. You probably know I mentioned it. I do some of the Sacred Heart men's game. In fact, all the games I did this year on TV as we're heading into our postseason now. Listen, I love all athletes, but hockey players are just they're a different breed. They're a cut above, and yeah, they're getting such of an incredible amount of the most needless crap from the angry, inconsolable left. You know what? The men won. There was a video out there last night. They couldn't land in New York because of the weather yesterday, the tail end of the storm. So they diverted to Miami, and I guess there's this big exclusive club, this huge club, the 11 Bar or 11 Club in Miami. In fact, a couple of my friends went there yesterday. They met a couple of the players. They have the selfies up there, and apparently there's a video of the entire team standing up and the entire bar singing the national anthem. But, man, you would think some of the stuff I read last night is just mind-numbing. Oh, they're all MAGA. No, they're not all MAGA. Well, they found out, and I guess they did I think it was The Athletic or somebody did a survey. How much, I guess they went to voting records or whatever. They found out that like 60% of American NHL players are registered Republican or lean Republican. Okay, so what? Well, no, I don't know. Tell me. Well, it's a white sport. Yeah, okay, it's a predominantly white sport. What does that mean? Well, Trump and the white. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Look, you can disagree with Trump all you want. God bless you. That's what makes the country great. But when you start saying, well, there's a reason those white hockey players are going to be. Yeah, because they won the freaking gold medal. And the women should be there, too. Oh, it's our schedule. No, it's not your schedule. I went online and looked. Now, you wait till tomorrow morning. I can guarantee you, tomorrow morning, if there's any, folks, don't believe me if you don't want to, but I can still guarantee you this. You're going to be able to go on to a lot of sites, a lot of left-leaning sites. Oh, how disgraceful this is for USA Hockey to be doing this. Oh, you know what? Shut up. Go call Grandma, will you? See how she's doing. Go visit her in the nursing home. Why don't you do that? Touch grass. Read a book. My God, people are so miserable. And it doesn't mean you have to like Trump. That's the furthest from my intention here. It's mind-numbing. Well, those hockey players, they didn't take a knee during George Floyd. Well, they didn't want to. What do you want? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. By the way, before we go to the phones, hang on there. I had posted on my Facebook page, some of you saw this, if you follow me, some of the reaction to the hockey team that won the gold medal. Some of this reaction is just nuts. Trump's last-minute invite of U.S. hockey team causing planning issues for State of the Union. Oh, see, it's bad. Now, if that was Obama White House gearing up to welcome champion U.S. men. That's what it would read. Here's another one. This is from the Nation. The Nation is like the Communist Manifesto. It's so far left. It's so far left it falls off the cliff. The Nation. Here's the and it shows there are 6 or 7 players smiling, holding up the number 1 finger. We're number 1, holding their gold medals in their other hand. And the Nation chooses to put, here's the title of this. You people on the left, sometimes you beclown yourselves. You do. The ugly underbelly of the U.S. hockey victory. Ugly. It's ugly that a bunch of white Americans won a world championship. Keith Olbermann has been on X. You remember Keith Olbermann, ESPN, has turned into a nut. And believe me, I know some people have worked with him. The stories they told me. Here's Keith Olbermann's X post yesterday. Quote, and folks, he put this. This is, a lot of people are like, Keith, adjust your meds, change your therapist. Quote, the women's team is made up of patriots. The men's team, self-absorbed, scumbag misogynists. I can't envision being that miserable. You just called on a public forum. You just called the Olympic champion American hockey team scumbag misogynists. And you say it with a straight face, man, whatever meds you're on, Keith, double them. How about this? Huffington Post. This is and again, I know they have an audience, but there's cerebral progressivism, and then there's just, throwing a tantrum. From the Huffington Post, quote, this is not the Democratic Party anymore, folks. The party has a leftist control now that they can't get under wraps here. Quote, if waving the American flag or chanting USA turns you off right now, you're not alone. Oh, my God. Trump lives in their brain. He lives there. He's got a mother-in-law apartment upstairs. He lives there. So then I guess this one restaurant who made some news because they did some Olympic special, Jimmy's Famous Seafood in Maryland, their response was go F yourself, and they spelled out the F. Beautiful. Oh, my God, this is great. Why they just can't be happy for the team. What is wrong with people? Has Donald Trump so diluted their thinking that they can't be happy and say, listen, I despise Trump. I don't like him one bit. He's like yesterday's dust on my shoe. But God bless the hockey team. This is great. Well, they're all white. Yeah, we know they're all white. It's an expensive sport to play. That's a problem. And folks, I'm telling you, you watch it when the visuals get around starting tonight, and it's going to go all night into tomorrow, and you see the U.S. hockey team there. They'll probably be winning their gold medals. Everybody will give them a standing ovation. And he'll make a joke about the women's team not being there. Oh, you wait for tomorrow. Oh my God, he was so sexist. Oh, okay, then maybe they should have showed up. Sorry. Dorothy's with us. Dorothy, how are you?
I'm good, and I'm proud to tell you I'm a patriot. I'm proud to tell you I'm the grandmother of an incredible hockey player.
Nice.
He's working right now, but when he was in school,
yep.
And I'm going to be very proud to see the team that won the gold medal for our country.
Yep.
And I'm going to say to your audience, remember 9/11.
Yeah.
And the people on the left, meet me in the middle. That's where I am. I'm right in the middle. And do not. I lived in Fairfield most of my life, and I can show you as a former realtor the houses that the British burnt.
Yeah.
And I can show you the houses that were loyal to the King of England. Where do you want to be American?
No, exactly.
Do you want to be in America where I grew up? I'm 82 and a half years old, and I don't want my country to go communistic. I don't want my great-grandchildren not to know that this year we're celebrating our 250th birthday.
Yep.
And, Paul, thank God for your program. Thank God for you, because you are telling it like it is. And we should all be proud, all of us, like we were after 9/11, to be Americans. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Dorothy. Appreciate the kind words. Thank you. And I know a lot of you people call up and give me kind words. I mean, I just look at stuff and say, well, what are we doing here? What are we doing? Now, it's interesting, as somebody pointed out to me, we were discussing this between a text message or a few last night. It will, trust me on this too, because it always does. It will eventually leak out as to whether, now maybe there was a scheduling thing. I'm open to anything. But it will eventually come to fruition here. It will leak out, I should say, as to whether it got maybe a little testy in a meeting with the women's team and how many people wanted to go to the White House and what the coaches wanted. And I have some sources, too, who can probably, maybe not right away, but can probably find that out. Now, listen, they don't want to go, that's fine. But I can just see it starting tonight. Once the speech is done, he's probably going to go for about an hour and 40 or something like that, because it supposedly starts at 9 and they have to introduce everybody or whatever. And the applause lines, they actually figure how much applause time. If you actually read the speech, They're generally about 45 minutes to an hour, but then they have to build in the applause lines. But I'm telling you, as soon as this thing is over, a lot of people are going to start to say, well, you know, it too bad the women's team wasn't there. Yeah, too bad. And trust me, we will find out whether or not this was a genuine scheduling thing or there was a rift among USA women's hockey, and they said, listen, we're just not going to go. We'll figure it. Trust me, what do I say, folks? Give it 3 or 4 days. Some people who are angry on one side or the other, they will always speak up. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkways southbound, late running construction between exit 15 and 14. Stay left to get through. 95, you're busy, but you're moving. Stanford, Norwalk, and Fairfield. And on 95 south, some extra cars making their way through Long Wharf. I'm Matt Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with below the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
And if you remember, several months ago, we were talking about another big story remember the 2 astronauts were kind of, they weren't stuck at the space station. Remember, NASA did not want to send the astronauts back on that Boeing Starliner capsule. And, you know, me being a little bit of a space runt from the time I was 10 years old, reading as much as I can. And what did I tell you? It's going to come out that the danger was just too high to send them back. Now, that Starliner capsule did return under automation. But did you see the story that came out over the weekend? There was a fear that if they sent Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams back on that capsule, there was enough of a fear that if the thrusters malfunctioned, it was what they call an A-grade problem, a.k.a. a Space Shuttle Challenger or Columbia all over again. So when I heard that a few months ago, I said, oh boy, this is not good.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, your home for original reporting.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump at 9 o'clock tonight Eastern Time will deliver the State of the Union address. CBS's Olivia Rinaldi says he'll...
Talking about affordability, lowering gas prices, lowering housing prices and rent, and numerous things that they're expected to discuss. They're also going to talk about crime, lowering crime across the United States. The president will be focused on that, and certainly immigration as well, as that is a really key central tenet of why he won the election in 2024.
Several Democrats say they will not attend, and to that, GOP Senator Rick Scott of Florida responds.
You know, I attended Biden's speeches. I thought they were horrible. I thought he didn't do a good job as president. I think he destroyed our economy, but I showed up. I think you should respect the Constitution, respect the presidency, and show up.
Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger will deliver the Democratic response to the president's address, which will begin shortly after his speech ends. An American Airlines 737 MAX 8 was found with an apparent bullet hole in the right wing's aileron, while the plane was in Medellin, Colombia yesterday. That according to sources familiar with the matter and documents reviewed by CBS News. The aileron controls the roll of the aircraft. The plane flew from Miami to Medellin last evening as Flight 923. American says there were no injuries and no flight-related issues. Temporary repairs were made, allowing the plane to return to the U.S. with passengers. Savannah Guthrie says her family is offering a reward of up to $1 million for the recovery of their mother, Nancy. Guthrie says the family understands that their mother may not be alive.
Help us bring our beloved mom home so that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave and courageous and noble life that she has lived.
Authorities say Nancy Guthrie was taken against her will from her Tucson area home. The House has failed to pass legislation that would have required all aircraft flying around busy airports to have key locator systems. CBS's Cammie McCormick.
The head of the NTSB said the Rotor Act would have prevented the mid-air collision near Washington, D.C. that killed 67 people. That involved a passenger plane and an Army helicopter. The legislation would require most aircraft to be equipped with a system that can receive data about the location of other aircraft. It also would have forced a safety review of flight routes at many airports, as well as limits on when the military could turn off the location technology. The Pentagon had backed the measure, but pulled its support ahead of the House vote.
4 years after Russia invaded Ukraine, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that Russia has not broken Ukrainians nor triumphed in this war. The stocks closed up on Wall Street today. This is CBS News.
Every Sunday, moderator Margaret Brennan goes face-to-face with top leaders to make you better informed. Face the Nation, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Wallingford teen remains hospitalized after a weekend crash in Newtown. It happened Saturday afternoon along I-84. Police have released more details, saying both drivers involved were speeding at the time of the crash. One driver involved fled the scene but was later found. The teen who was injured was a passenger in the second vehicle and remains in serious condition. This morning, both Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz participated in a Black History Month celebration hosted by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The ceremony included remarks from Stephanie Abrams, president and CEO of the New England Air Museum, who spoke about the Tuskegee Airmen, and Dr. Sheila Kearney, who provided a presentation about her aunt, Mary Kearney, who served as a key officer in the 6888th Central Post Directory Battalion during World War II. And the Trumbull Town Council unanimously approved a bonding resolution for the new Veterans and First Responders Center in town. The $710,000 bond will allow the final phase of the center to be built. The town can now sign a contract with a construction company with the anticipation to resume construction in April or May. To keep track of the project and to learn more, check out TrumbleVeteransCenter.org. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, and an accident reported. Exit 52 at the on-ramp being moved into the shoulder. On 95, you are busy, but moving through Stamford, Norwalk, and Fairfield. We do have reports of some slippery spots on the secondary roads, so do watch your speeds, please. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Where, in the grand scheme of things, honestly, no matter what side of the aisle you're on here, in the grand scheme of things, as they say, State of the Union addresses, they don't mean all that much. Yeah, there are some quotable moments. I mean, I play that little 60-second thing from time to time of Bill Clinton in 1995 talking about, hey, we're going to have to get tougher on illegal immigration and all that. So some of the quotes hang around for years, but by and large, nothing usually astronomical comes out of them. Their campaign addresses, yeah, I get it. But because of how bipolar our country has become, and again, you have it every year, some people don't go as a form of protest, and I get it, and I understand that. Jim Himes, Congressman, 4th District. John Larson, Congressman, District 1. Johanna Hayes, Congresswoman, District 5. And Chris Murphy, our junior Democratic U.S. Senator, they are not going. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Himes, and Mr. Larson, I guess, are going to take place in what they call the People's State of the Union or something like that, the People's Assembly or the People's or something like that on the National Mall. Johanna Hayes, 5th District Member of Congress, I guess, is going to take part with a youth service or something like that. Our senior U.S. Democratic Senator, Richard Blumenthal, is going. Joe Courtney, Congressman, District 2, with all those submarines out there, he's going. And Rosa DeLauro is going to go, coming off a very testy exchange she had a couple of weeks ago with members of the clergy who want to abolish ICE. Rosa saying, no, you can't do that. We have to reform how it works because you have to have some sort of immigration enforcement. So bottom line is, some are going, some are not. Will you, as an American, as a fine American of either stripe, of either party, will you be watching on the tube, or better yet, even listening to the State of the Union right here on WICC 600, AM 95.9 FM, or online, voiceofct.com. Simple question, what are you doing? Chris Williams has been taking a look at some of the responses here. Chris, some are a bit more humorous than others. What do you
I don't know. I don't know where to begin. I guess I should
go ahead.
Angel said he'll be busy counting the bristles on his toothbrush. Paul said he prefers to preserve his brain cells.
Yeah.
Steve said, hard pass, I have to organize my socks.
Okay.
Absolutely, from Richard. He says he can't wait. Kathy said that she didn't know it was going to be on and she couldn't find the right channel. Liv will be fact-checking. And Tracy said, yes, she will be watching with 3 American flags. Best president ever.
How about that? You know, listen, after the end of his presidency, he's not going to be in there for a 3rd term. Stop. It's not going to happen. There are very few things in life I'm positive of, and that's one of them. But, boy, I got to tell you, the stories and the textbooks And the recounting of how bipolar this nation became is going to be sheerly amazing. All right, get ready for this. There are new numbers in the Connecticut governor's race on both the Democratic side and the Republican side. And this is not a push poll. We have the crosstabs here. We'll go over that and more coming up right here on WICC.
When we say you can listen to the voice of Connecticut anywhere, we really mean it. You can stream us at work or listen in your car. And that's just on your phone. We've totally redesigned our smartphone app, and now it's easier to use. Listen live, find podcasts, keep up to date with everything going on in Connecticut, and it's still totally free. Just go to your app store now and search for WICC.
Most people want to spend their retirement years at home, but most seniors are not equipped to do it. In fact, according to AARP, 82% of adults ages 50 and up want to remain in their current homes as they age, but only about 10% of U.S. homes are considered aging ready. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and I'm so grateful my grandmother lived with us for more than 20 years. And as she got older, my parents equipped their home in Fairfield to accommodate her needs, and they got in-home care, like Connecticut In-Home Assistance. I believe in-home care made my grandmother's final years comfortable, joyful, and actually made her feel more independent. It also helped my parents to have peace of mind that someone could get her to her appointments, make sure she didn't fall, and allow them to have a loving relationship with her instead of one filled with tension and resentment. Don't wait until it's too late to make your home ready for an aging parent. Get the help you need to keep your loved one at home safe and sound. Check out Connecticut In-Home Assistance at cthomecare.com. And right now, you can even download their free ebook online. Again, cthomecare.com.
There's always a great lineup of shows coming to the Ridgefield Playhouse. March 15th, it's the 25th anniversary tour of Patti LuPone's Matters of the Heart, an exploration of the crimes, affairs, and mysteries of the heart. March 18th is the John Schofield Trio, and March 26th, don't miss Roseanne Cash with John Leventhal. Patti LuPone, John Schofield Trio, and Roseanne Cash. 3 great shows, 1 great venue. Tickets at ridgefieldplayhouse.org.
If you get injured in an accident, it can feel like you're out there all by yourself. Insurance companies send an army of lawyers after you to lowball your claim, deny coverage, and force you to settle. At Trantolo & Trantolo, we've been standing up to the insurance companies for more than 85 years. We're on your side, and we'll get you what you're entitled to. We don't get paid until you do. If you're injured, don't fight solo. Trantolo & Trantolo. Get your free case assessment at trantololaw.com. That's trantololaw.com.
So in total, how much would you say you lost in this scam?
I would say over $1 million. I worked really hard my whole life, and I wanted someone to share it with. I thought he really did love me, but he scammed me. It's not just the money. You almost lose a part of yourself.
Every year, older Americans lose hundreds of millions of dollars to romance scams just like this. I'm Connecticut Attorney General William Tong. With AARP, we're working hard to stop these scams before they start.
Visit aarp.org/fraudwatchnetwork.
Your new customers are listening to the voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, and an accident reported. Exit 52 at the on-ramp being moved into the shoulder. On 95, you are busy, but moving through Stamford, Norwalk, and Fairfield. We do have reports of some slippery spots on the secondary roads, so do watch your speeds, please. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with below the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The news and talk leader for Fairfield County for 100 years. The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
All right, if you remember, there was a poll that was released, I think about a week and a half or 2 weeks ago. It was from Aaron Stewart's campaign for the Republican nomination for governor. There are 4 declared candidates, the 2 main candidates, Aaron Stewart and Ryan Fazio. And the thing I said with that, and the thing that the Fazio campaign responded with was, Where are the crosstabs? How were the questions answered? And was this or is this, if they said at the moment, or was or is this a so-called push poll? Meaning, were the questions designed in such a way to favor Aaron Stewart? Now, I was watching closely. I don't think, now they may have, but I haven't seen it. And if somebody has, please call me or text me at 333-9422. Now, I haven't seen it, but I don't think they released the crosstabs. Now, there is a new poll out, this done by an independent pollster, and we have the crosstabs on this. So we have a lot more data. Now, again, it's not until November for the general election, but a possible Republican primary is coming up. So I look at the numbers and I say, is there a chance that the Republican primary voters of Connecticut, much the way they did with Themis Claridis a few years ago, much the way they did in 2018 with Mark Boughton, who's now the state tax commissioner, right? Are Republican voters, primary voters now, going to, let me use the colloquialism, gong a more electable candidate? Maybe. Now, I don't know this, but are they going to knock somebody out of the primary round because they're not conservative enough? Which is what happened with Mark Boughton, the state tax commissioner now, former mayor of Danbury, what they did in 2018, and what they did a few years ago with Themis Claridis running against Dick Blumenthal. I still think Mr. Blumenthal would have won that, but for some reason, because Themis was to a point pro-choice and she was for some gun regulations, the Republican primary voters in the state decided to go with Leora Levy. No personal disrespect to Ms. Levy there. Never met her. Supposedly a very nice woman, a real big fundraiser for the GOP. Anybody with a brain knew she had no shot to beat Dick Blumenthal. Doesn't mean she's a bad person. Doesn't mean she's a bad candidate. She had no track record in the state. She was known as a fundraiser from Lower Fairfield County. Something, I guess, she actually did well. But that's not going to get you elected. And you had Themis Claridis, who did a lot to put the fiscal guardrails in place. But, oh, my God, I mention this over and over again, folks, because I am still stunned that people actually held it against her, that she was dating and I guess eventually married a big wig from Eversource. That's why you don't vote for somebody who at the time was 50-50 against Mr. Blumenthal. That's the kind of intelligence you show as a voter. It's mind-numbing. So why do I bring this all up now? Well, it looks like we may be on the road to that again. Now, what did I tell you over the past few weeks? Let's watch the surveys as they come out and keep an eye on the negative numbers that pop up for Aaron Stewart. Now, again, this survey here, and it's done by the University of New Hampshire, which has a pretty reputable survey here. They interviewed likely Republican primary voters. Now, again, these are not general election voters. These are likely Republican primary voters because there is a notion that there will be a Republican primary with at least two candidates, probably three, maybe four. I don't tell people how to vote. But some patterns keep, repeating themselves. I will read you as it's here. On the Republican side, State Senator Ryan Fazio was the most popular gubernatorial candidate among likely Republican primary voters. 42% have a favorable opinion of Ryan Fazio. 16% are neutral. 3% are unfavorable. And 39%, roughly 4 in 10, don't know about him to say. So you say, well, okay. But then you look at the numbers for Aaron Stewart. Fazio's net favorability rating among likely Republican voters is plus 39. Right? 40% have a favorable view of New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart, so that's close among Republican primary voters. Ryan Fazio is at 42% favorable. Aaron Stewart's at 40% favorable. Okay, Paul, what's the big deal there? But this. Neutral. Aaron Stewart's, when asked about Aaron Stewart, just 5% say they're neutral on her. 16% say Ryan Fazio. They're neutral on him. But here is where this hit me right between the eyes. Unfavorable. Now, these are Republican primary voters in the state. The unfavorable number for Ryan Fazio is 3%. That's pretty good. The unfavorable number for Aaron Stewart is 22%. That's 1 in 5 voters. 1 in 5 voters has of Republican primary voters, 1 in 5 voters has an unfavorable view of Aaron Stewart. And also, just 3% of Republican primary voters have an unfavorable view of Timothy Wilcox. Just 4% have an unfavorable view of Betsy McCoy. Yet Aaron Stewart, for some reason, now we can only decide what that reason may be, the Aaron Stewart number is 22% unfavorable. Now, you could say, well, 33%, don't know about her. Well, that's true, Paul. But having said that, when your unfavorables are so high, it doesn't leave you a margin. So what I'm wondering here is, when you think about this, right? What I'm wondering is very simply this. Is there a concerted effort among the Republican likely primary voters in the state to gong Aaron Stewart? I always thought there would be. And look, this is just me. This is just what I'm hearing, rumblings, stuff I see online, people I communicate with. So think about this. Aaron Stewart's favorability in this poll from the University of New Hampshire, and all the crosstabs are in there, she's at 40% favorable, 22% unfavorable. Ryan Fazio's at 42% favorable, just 3% unfavorable. Why is Aaron Stewart's unfavorable number so high? Is it abortion? I don't know. Is it guns? I don't know. Is it taxes or spending? I don't know. Now, again, this comes at somewhat of an opportune time for Republicans. Approval of the job Governor Ned Lamont is doing as governor has dropped slightly. He's underwater on his approval. 49% of Connecticut residents approve of the job Ned Lamont is doing. Just 45% disapprove. 7 neither approve nor disapprove, are unsure. The governor's net approval rating is just 4 points, down from 17 points in November. What could be causing this? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. That is shocking. The governor's net approval rating of we're not talking about just Democrats here. Connecticut residents. The governor's net approval rating is +4, down from +14. Are people finally starting to wake up about the corruption? Terrence Chang, Deidre Giffords, Costas Diamantis, now Doug McCrory, Pura, Marissa Gillette, Melissa McCall, the state pier going from a $90 million project to a $300 million project, the constant tax and fees raised by the governor's caucus. Is there a perception that he can't control his own party in the legislature? So think about that. But again, two things there. Well, the main thing, besides the governor's drop in popularity, the fact that Aaron Stewart's negatives among likely primary voters, 22%. When Ryan Fazio is at 3%, Timothy Wilcox is at 3%, and Betsy McCoy is at 4%. And by the way, Betsy McCoy's neutral number, far and away above all three other candidates. Are the Republicans going to do it again? Really? Is Aaron Stewart going to get the Mark Boughton / Themis Claridus treatment? I don't know. I don't know what to say. You tell me. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, and an accident reported. Exit 52 at the on-ramp being moved into the shoulder. On 95, you are busy, but moving through Stamford, Norwalk, and Fairfield. We do have reports of some slippery spots on the secondary roads, so do watch your speeds, please. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering cleanings, implants, even oral surgery all under one roof. Call 203-299-0111 or visit ColumbiaDental.com today. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
In the real estate ecosystem, trust and transparency create harmony. But one elusive species disrupts this balance, the rogue agent. Their secrecy with off-market listings leave home buyers confused, frustrated, and inventory-starved. And that's bad news for sellers too. With Smart MLS, over 20,000 realtors unite, creating more demand, offers, and better results. Ask your agent if your home is on Smart MLS.
Spring is in the air at Gusto Trattoria in Milford for this season of Lent. Come to Gusto for lunch or dinner. Enjoy Lent specials, including special seafood dishes, homemade pastas, daily specials, and every Tuesday night, Gusto's famous pasta cheese wheel from 5 to 9. Plus, time to book Gusto's private party rooms for your upcoming family celebrations and business events. Gusto will handle all the details. Come enjoy Gusto Trattoria in Milford, 255 Boston Post Road, Milford. The art of Italian living. GustoTrattoria.com.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Let's go! You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Savannah Guthrie says in an online video that her family is aching for her mother, Nancy, who is suspected to have been abducted from her Tucson home earlier this month. CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti reports.
Savannah Guthrie saying that her family is now offering a $1 million reward for anyone with information leading to Nancy Guthrie.
Several Democrats say they will not attend tonight's State of the Union address. In a network-exclusive interview, Speaker Mike Johnson has told CBS Evening News anchor Tony DeCopel,
I think it's going to be a great celebration from our side. I think the admonition for decorum is to the other team. You saw the antics that they put on display, the Democrats, during the last State of the Union.
In many places from Maryland to Maine, it's not inches, but feet of snowfall. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani.
In some parts of Staten Island and the Bronx, this storm set new 24-hour records for record snowfall.
Providence, Rhode Island has over 3 feet of snow. There have been at least 2 storm-related deaths in Maryland. CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Some Connecticut Democrats are joining others in boycotting President Donald Trump's State of the Union address tonight. Late last week, U.S. Senator Chris Murphy, 1st District Congressman John Larson, and 4th District Congressman Jim Himes announced they were sitting out the address in protest. All 3 Connecticut lawmakers said they would instead be attending a rally being held on the National Mall. Murphy said in a statement, quote, Donald Trump has made a mockery of the State of the Union speech, adding, quote, Democrats have no obligation to reward him with an audience. Between 20 and 40 House and Senate Democrats in total could boycott tonight's address by the president. Tomorrow, the full state Senate is set to vote on more than a dozen so-called emergency bills. It's not clear what the bills entail and why they're being discussed under emergency status, since the legislative session doesn't end until early May. When legislation passes under emergency status, that typically means ignoring the legislative process, which includes public hearings. Cleanup is still underway across Connecticut after this week's winter storm dumped between 1 foot and 2 feet of snow across the state. Thousands of Eversource utility customers were without power throughout most of the day Monday, and another nearly 3,000 United Illuminating customers. Bridgeport was hit the hardest with roughly 20 inches of total accumulation. According to the National Weather Service, the Hartford area saw between 7 and 17 inches of snow. In New London County, Mystic had 24 inches, and New Fairfield in Fairfield County had 21 inches. Meanwhile, forecasters are keeping an eye on the potential for 2 more storms later this week. Connecticut's severe cold weather protocol is now extended through noon Thursday. It was initially activated Sunday ahead of Monday's nor'easter and was supposed to expire at noon today. Governor Ned Lamont said he made the decision to extend based on a forecast for bitter cold temperatures and wind chill for the next couple of nights. Anyone in need of a shelter or a warming center can either call 211 or visit 211ct.org for location information. If you still have snow to shovel, make sure you're being careful. State medical experts are warning about the health risks of snow shoveling, particularly the dense, wet snow that made up most of Winter Storm Calvin Monday. In addition to physical injury, Dr. Cynthia Price from Hartford Hospital told WTNH-TV News 8 that there is also an increased risk of a cardiovascular event.
You're using all of the oxygen that is around your heart. Your blood vessels are constricted. It's cold. Your blood is thick. It's cold. And that is a setup for cardiovascular events.
Some tips for staying safe while shoveling include warming up before going outside, pushing the snow rather than lifting it, and making sure to stay hydrated. The Connecticut State Police responded to over 80 car crashes during the height of the storm from 5 p.m. Sunday to 3 p.m. Monday. No serious crashes were reported, and the majority involved no injuries.
Whether that be a car that is stuck in the snow or is spin out and they can't get out of whatever position that they're in.
State Trooper Ramonda Zuta spoke about the state police response during the storm.
It's all hands on deck. Additional troopers have come in to help with what we call snow patrol, to kind of help with these calls that come in, whether they be accidents or motorist assist, because they definitely can pile up.
Police are also reminding drivers that Connecticut has an ice missile law, meaning that if you don't clear the snow off the top of your car, you could be pulled over and issued a ticket. If the snow should fly off your car and cause an accident or injury, that fine is much higher. Commercial vehicle traffic has resumed in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont has lifted his emergency order that prohibited all commercial vehicle travel during the winter storm. Parts of Connecticut are currently digging out from under more than 2 feet of snow, and crews are continuing to clear the roadways. CT Transit resumed regularly scheduled bus service today. Standard snow routes will remain in effect until road conditions improve. Normal service also resumed for Greater Bridgeport Transit in the aftermath of Monday's blizzard, with a warning that riders should expect delays and possible detours. The Greater New Haven Transit District is also back on a normal schedule post-storm. And Bradley International Airport reported this morning that approximately 25% of flights had been canceled, but that there's been an improvement as the day went on. The airport was open during Monday's storm, but no planes left the tarmac. The cancellations primarily impacted morning departures, with only 3% of arriving flights being canceled. The Connecticut Airport Authority is advising travelers to check the status of their flight with their airline. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No crashes reported in southern Connecticut right now on 95. You're busy but moving. The Parkway is even easier right now, but we do have reports of some slick spots on the more secondary roads, so please watch your speeds, please. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's get back to the conversation. 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Look, nothing Donald Trump could say tonight is going to please people on the other side. And I get that. I understand that. That's how politics is. But what I would say to Democrats is, if you say, well, he's done, he's going to be at 38 or 40% by the time 2028 comes around, yes, he probably will be. And now it's up to you guys on your side not to blow it. Don't be like that great line in the, actually, Sylvester Stallone's, I think, best movie of all time, Copland. Plays Sheriff Freddie Heflin trying to root out corruption in a mythical town called Garrison, New Jersey. Get it, Garrison, where a lot of New York cops live. There's a classic scene in that movie with Robert De Niro going, "You blew it!" That's all I can see happening in 2028. Because the far left of the party will keep Josh Shapiro off the ticket and, they'll push Kamala Harris and, oh, dear God, please, AOC, run. Oh, my. After that thing in Germany, my God, even if she won, the 4 years would be it would be great for guys like me. Got this text here. Hey, Paul, all the hockey players should sit in the empty seats of the disgraceful Democrats who don't show up tonight wearing their Team USA jerseys. Man, that'd be cool. Imagine that. Oh, my God. But then you know what you'd hear this? My God, these athletes, they're being used as political props. You know what? They don't care. These aren't the men are not college athletes. The men play in the National Hockey League. They're not going to care. Like I said, for the women, some of them play in the Professional Women's League, the PWHL. Some are still in college. We'll find out where the riff in the locker room was on that. I have a buddy of mine who is very connected to women's hockey, and he told me that there are some he was hearing, he gave me some names. I'm not going to say whom, but he gave me some names. I said, really? She would be honored to go. He goes, yep. So we'll find out what the riff was. And it's illicit, but it'll be entertaining to see. But I got to see how the spin is from a media point of view tomorrow, why the men were there and the women were. Now, the women are going to say it's a scheduling thing. Stop. It's not. But listen, we don't force people to go to these things. We don't. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And just to make sure you know, Richard Blumenthal, Joe Courtney, and Rosa DeLauro are going tonight. Jim Himes, Chris Murphy, John Larson, and Johanna Hayes are not. I'm not going either. I don't think Tim from Hamden's going either, but I don't know. Tim, are you going tonight?
Well, first off, let me just say I'm taken back by Sylvester Stallone's best movie.
Yes, Copland.
Okay.
Did you ever see it?
Okay.
Did you ever see it?
No.
Oh, Tim?
No.
Tim.
You know.
Trust me. This is... No.
Okay,
See, that's
anyway.
what people think. This was the best acting job he ever did. It's called Copland. It's
okay.
19, I want to say 1997, 98, something like that. Magnificent movie.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Yep.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
I'll try to avoid it with all my ability. So,
See,
let me
now,
ask you,
this is what I mean.
Let me go on.
Spend the $2.50 and stream it, then get back to me. But go ahead.
Oh, Lord. So my first question before we get into the governor's race, Kash Patel, since he was over celebrating with the men's hockey team, pouring beer and everything like that, is he? And he was apparently took the private jet to his girlfriend's event, wrestling, whatever and stuff.
Okay.
So is he going to show up at Churchill Downs or
I don't know, Tim.
Wimbledon or anything?
I don't care. I don't know. I don't care.
I don't care. You don't care.
I don't care. I don't. If that makes me a bad person, Tim, I don't care. Go ahead.
You don't care. Well, when I think about it, my eyes get bugged out.
Yeah. Okay.
So let me. Okay.
Yeah.
So obviously, Erin Stewart is really interesting. I mean, she so popular in a city that already had a Stewart as a mayor in a college
her father,
working class town.
Yep.
And she was, went to Central and all that sort of stuff. So obviously it's about that. She has the little, I call them the little ultra conservative minions against her. I'm sure she rose a few gay pride flags and that sort of stuff over City Hall and everything.
Oh, I mean,
she's just one of those.
Tim, I see it in some of these forums that I don't generally comment on, but I watch. And the buzz right now, Tim, I can tell you from some of the more conservative Republican delegates and voters, literally they say, "Don't let her fool you. She's a Democrat." Okay. I don't know.
But but when she first came out, she was all Trump, and now someone are like, what?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
You're trying to get the nomination and everything. Now, is Fazio, is he pro-life, pro-choice?
I don't know. I haven't asked him that. I haven't asked him that yet. He might be. I don't know. I haven't asked Ryan that. I will, but I don't know.
With all due respect, also, you then read off a list of quote corruption things that you mean about 5 of your listeners have any idea what those things really are.
Yeah, but they're being
in the news bubble.
Yeah, but they're starting to be used now in some online advertising, and they will be used. Trust me, I'm already seeing it. They're saying Lamont's culture of corruption. Now, Tim, as you well know, some of this sticks with people and some of it doesn't. So we'll see.
It's a good little thing. And finally is, what's her name, Betsy?
Betsy McCoy, yes.
McCoy. She's all over the internet and everything. I don't know whether you've seen it. And
I have,
I'm curious. But eliminating the state income tax.
It's ridiculous.
I don't know why she doesn't, set off Roman candles and stuff about that. I would think that would, grab a lot of people's attention.
Because Tim,
compete with New Hampshire and Florida.
And she knows. She knows that saying that lights the lamp for a lot of hardcore conservatives until you ask them, Tim. Well, how do you make up for the 52% revenue loss? How do you do that? A little detail, right?
But let's resurrect Brad Davis and go to the State House.
That's it.
Okay, have a good one.
All right, Tim.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Listen, folks, I'm just telling you what the numbers are. If now again, this is one poll, but the crosstabs are out there. And if I'm Aaron Stewart's campaign, and I'm not, haven't talked to her in actually a few years, I'm going to get her back on here as we start getting closer. But having seen that, and if you're in the Stewart campaign and you're seeing 22% unfavorable, that's going to have to worry them, because that's not 22% unfavorable coming from the general electorate. That's coming from, primary voters. And that, in any primary, Republican or Democrat, my friends, ain't good.
Sometimes the most important personal breakthroughs are made possible by medical ones. And that's why Yale New Haven Health's Heart and Vascular Center delivers the pioneering science of Yale School of Medicine, like groundbreaking research that helped redefine the international guidelines for treating heart failure, and a new procedure to detect coronary microvascular disease, often misdiagnosed in women. Yale New Haven Health and Yale School of Medicine. Together, we're powering breakthroughs with the greatest of care.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-780-3599. 800-780-3599. 800-780-3599.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks bounced back from yesterday's sharp sell-off. The Dow, as you know, is down more than 800 points today, rebounding 370 to 49,174. The S&P up 52 to 6890, while the Nasdaq got back more than what was lost yesterday, up 236 points to 22,863. Technology stocks bouncing back amid fears that AI would make other companies, software companies in particular, obsolete. That didn't work out today. Meta and AMD, with a big $100 billion chip deal, got the sector back in gear on the upside. Interest rates were flat. The yield on the 10-year note, 4.03%, ahead of the President's State of the Union address tonight. Oil down a penny at $66.30 amid U.S.-Iran tensions, waiting on those nuclear talks on Thursday. Gold down $43 on the day. Silver up 74 cents, while crypto finished the day flat. A lot still ahead as Wall Street's waiting for NVIDIA earnings after the close, and then looking ahead to some more economic data and earnings out for the remainder of the week, and digesting whatever the President has to say about the economy tonight.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, I'm paying the bills. Now with rent due, we're only able to pay the minimum on our credit cards, and money's going to be very tight.
Geez, it feels like we can never get ahead. We need cash help.
Maybe it's time to go to 47fastcash.com.
A personal loan with our bad credit?
47fastcash.com helps people with any type of credit, even bad credit, get up to $5,000.
Any type of credit? But we need money now.
Well, that's the best part. With 47fastcash.com, you can be approved in minutes, and the money can be in our bank account as fast as tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Wow.
At 47fastcash.com, you can be approved for up to $5,000 regardless of your credit history, and you can do it right from your phone.
Honey, we're approved. It was fast, easy, and we'll have our money tomorrow.
Oh, amazing.
When you need cash help, go to 47fastcash.com. That's 47fastcash.com. 47fastcash.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No crashes reported in southern Connecticut right now on 95. You're busy but moving. The Parkway is even easier right now, but we do have reports of some slick spots on the more secondary roads, so please watch your speeds, please. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
As soon as you hear it in the news, Paul already has his opinion on it. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Yeah, and one thing I've had my opinion on for a while now, and I think if you people have listened to me, you know I've been consistent on this. I'm not a party guy on this. I'm not a D versus R. The Epstein files, release them all. Now there's allegations heading into the State of the Union tonight that there were some redactions to protect President Trump's name. Maybe? I don't know. Could be. I have no idea. Release them all. Now you're never going to get them released, probably in their entirety. Maybe not now. Maybe they're released in 20 or 30 years. I don't know. You know how this goes. It's the same thing with the JFK files. Why? Well, we're going to release them, but no. There were some people in their 80s and 90s still alive that would be affected on this. I don't care. Screw that with the Epstein files. Just release them. Now, again, you know my thought on this. The Jeffrey Epstein files are, if politics ever had nuclear weapons, this is what the Epstein files are. It's very simple. It's like the U.S. and Russia post-World War II, post-Hiroshima and Nagasaki, fat man and little boy, or little boy and fat man, whatever order they were used. There's been a big arms buildup since then, but we look back at those pictures and the survivors' stories and the families of victim stories post-Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and we look at each other, we say, geez, this is a last resort. And folks, I am telling you, I am begging you to understand that there is likely stuff in those Epstein files, even if those files and the bad stuff still exist. How do we know that that stuff has not been purged forever? It's like hitting the delete key on your computer. No, that doesn't delete files. What it does is it puts them in the same spot on your hard drive that then you have to use a special delete program to rub it all out. So do we even know all this stuff? But I don't. Listen to me right now, very carefully. People say, oh, you're covering for Trump and the Epstein files. No, I'm not. If releasing the Trump files, never mind today, yesterday, burn down every vestige of the Trump White House, the Trump record, or the entire Republican Party for the last 30 or 40 years, I couldn't care less if you paid me. And I would suspect there'd be people on the Democratic side that would say something whatsoever. But again, there is one thing I will have issue with here. And it is something that is just never, ever talked about, and I wonder why. Did we know about this, back in 2008? Remember, Jeffrey Epstein, back in 2008, was given a sweetheart deal on I believe it was local charges regarding sex crimes and prostitution, I believe with somebody underage. The feds, if I looked at this properly, the feds never charged him on this. Why do you think that is? Why did they agree just to, state charges and local charges, I think, on the main charges? Why was there never any sort of boisterous kind of federal persecution here? We know why. Because this was in exchange for him not going public and not naming names. To me, now I don't know that, but to me, what else could it be? Hey, if you put me in a federal lockup on this stuff, I'll talk. And man, do I have, well, you're going to say, well, how about this person and that person? And And the stuff about Prince Andrew, now former Prince Andrew, I should say, technically, this stuff was out there for years. Photographs, years. And they still have, people going out there saying, well, Donald Trump has a proclivity for kids. All right, where's your evidence? If the evidence is there, shouldn't we see this? Folks, I'm telling you, this is... There's a fulcrum here, and you know what a fulcrum is, right? It's the center point of a wheel or a spinning object where the outer edge is connected to that center point, right? There's a fulcrum here in this thing that I still don't understand. I mean, I understand, but I don't. And the fact that people associated with this guy post-2008, when the first prosecution or slap on the wrist happened, is crazy. I mean, well, because he was an investment guy. Oh, come on. He was the only guy that could have handled money in wake of the stuff that happened in 2006 and 2008. Come on. That's ludicrous. On any day of the week, that's ludicrous. But now the problem is you can't force a complete release of these files without getting permission from at least more of the survivors here to put their name out there. And don't doubt that there might be some survivors who say, you know what, I can't do this. It was bad enough the first time. And there are going to be some survivors that say, yeah, I want to get back at him or her, but I can't mentally handle this.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
No crashes reported in southern Connecticut right now on 95. You're busy but moving. The Parkway is even easier right now, but we do have reports of some slick spots on the more secondary roads, so please watch your speeds, please. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The Snow Country Ski Report brought to you by Land Rover Fairfield. Discover your next Land Rover on Commerce Drive in Fairfield. Sponsor your job on Indeed. Get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com, hire now, and sponsor your job today. Some of the biggest fresh snow fell at our Connecticut ski areas close to home. It was at least a foot for Southington, Sundown, and Mohawk. All three are skiing and riding day and night, and so's Powder Ridge, where they got 19 inches from the storm. Southington does the Vertical Challenge on Saturday, a free fun race for all ages and abilities with lots of great giveaways. Get in on that pack powder day and night close to home if you can. Wachusett got more than a foot of fresh snow with action day and night in Massachusetts. Butternut's at 100% with more than a foot fresh this week. In Vermont, Bromley with nearly 2 feet of fresh snow since last Friday, and Magic got 1.5 feet. More fresh snow accumulates Wednesday in southern Vermont. Olton Valley's at 90%. This report presented by Smuggler's Notch, Vermont, with 260 inches of snow this winter. Visit smugs.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
Hey, did you guys and gals, boys and girls, know that there's an emergency at the state capitol? Did you know that? Yes. We'll talk about that with Megan Portfolio coming up. No, it's got nothing to do with the weather. No, it's got nothing to do with COVID. It's got everything to do with the Democratic majority, Bob Duff, Martin Looney, Matt Ritter, the three wise men saying, hey, we don't want to bother to debate these bills. How do we do this? Oh, I know how we'll do it. We'll say it's an emergency.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by JTV.com.
I'm Jennifer Kuiper. President Trump delivers his State of the Union address tonight. CBS's Linda Kenyon.
The president is expected to focus on domestic issues like the economy, even as tensions grow with Iran and the war continues in Ukraine. The State of the Union address follows the Supreme Court's recent ruling invalidating most of Trump's tariffs. Many of the justices who ruled against the tariffs are expected to attend the president's speech. Many Democrats say they will not, while others may attend but are expected to demonstrate their opposition to Trump's policies, including immigration. Others will call attention to the Epstein files. Linda Kenyon, CBS News, the White House.
Dozens of Democrats say they are boycotting President Trump's State of the Union address. Some will instead attend counter-programming on the National Mall, dubbed the People's State of the Union. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries.
The state of our union under the presidency of Donald Trump is a complete and total disaster.
In a network-exclusive interview, Speaker Mike Johnson has told CBS Evening News anchor Tony DeCopel,
"We play for one team. We're all for America." I think it's detestable that members would boycott the speech. We've never done that. It doesn't matter if there's a Democrat president. You go and respect the office. You respect the decorum.
In Washington state, the Pierce County Sheriff's Office says several people are dead after a sheriff's deputy responded to reports that a man was stabbing people outside a home near Tacoma, Washington yesterday. According to a sheriff spokesperson,
3 were pronounced deceased on scene, all stabbed, and then 1 was transported to a local hospital, later succumbed to their injuries, also stabbed.
Authorities say the first deputy arrived within about 3 minutes, and shots were fired, and the suspect was shot and killed. Savannah Guthrie says in an online video that her family needs to know what happened to her mother, who has been missing since February 1st, and are offering a reward up to $1 million.
We also know that she may be lost. She may already be gone. She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves.
Authorities say Nancy Guthrie was taken against her will from her Tucson area home over 3 weeks ago. On the East Coast, a lot of shoveling from Maryland to Maine after a deadly storm drops anywhere from 1 to 3 feet of snow in portions of New Jersey, New York, and Rhode Island. At least 2 people have died in Maryland. Warner Brothers Discovery says a new $31 a share offer from Paramount Skydance, owner of CBS News, is expected to lead to a better deal than its existing agreement with Netflix, kicking off another potential bidding battle for the famed Hollywood studio. Stocks closed up on Wall Street today. The Dow jumped 300.
Looking for spring jewelry looks? Find them at Jewelry Television. New customers get $20 off purchases of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up jtv.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at jtv.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A Wallingford teen remains hospitalized after a weekend crash in Newtown. It happened Saturday afternoon along I-84. Police have released more details, saying both drivers involved were speeding at the time of the crash. One driver involved fled the scene but was later found. The teen who was injured was a passenger in the second vehicle and remains in serious condition. Connecticut's severe cold weather protocol is now extended through noon Thursday. It was initially activated Sunday ahead of Monday's nor'easter and was supposed to expire at noon today. Governor Ned Lamont said he made the decision to extend based on a forecast for bitter cold temperatures and wind chill for the next couple of nights. Anyone in need of a shelter or a warming center can either call 211 or visit 211ct.org for location information. Commercial vehicle traffic has resumed in Connecticut. Governor Ned Lamont has lifted his emergency order that prohibited all commercial vehicle travel during the winter storm. Parts of Connecticut are currently digging out from under more than 2 feet of snow, and crews are continuing to clear roadways. And this morning, both Governor Ned Lamont and Lieutenant Governor Susan Bysowitz participated in a Black History Month celebration hosted by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The ceremony included remarks from Stephanie Abrams, President and CEO of the New England Air Museum, who spoke about the Tuskegee Airmen, and Dr. Sheila Kearney, who provided a presentation about her aunt, Mary Kearney, who served as a key officer in the 6888th Central Post Directory Battalion during World War II. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound, an accident, exit 17 at the on-ramp. On 95, you're busy, but moving through Stamford and Fairfield and West Haven. We do have some reports of slippery spots on the secondary roads off the highway, so do watch your speeds, please. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And coming up in, let's see, about 4 hours or so, give or take a few minutes here and there, coming up at 9 tonight live right here on WICC 600 AM, 95.9 FM, and of course online at the voiceofct.com. We will have the State of the Union address from President Donald Trump. Years and years and years ago with the founding of the country, look, George Washington and Alexander Hamilton and Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, they didn't say you have to deliver it on TV or radio. No, it was supposed to be, it started off as just a written few pages. I guess it was read in front of Congress by the president back then. I don't know. But it's turned into a big media thing, and that's fine. Listen, even if you dislike someone, it's better to watch and learn just to dislike someone if you're on the right or left and just go, la, 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 no, not going to do that. So the president will try a reset tonight, and it's important for the Democrats, too, because now they have some momentum heading into the midterms here. Now, Connecticut has 7 members of Congress. All 7 are Democrats. 2 are in the Senate, 5 in the House, which is why we have 7 electoral votes, depending upon which syllable you want to emphasize here. Richard Blumenthal, our longtime senior U.S. Senate member, he says he's going, and he's going to bring his guest, I read, is a woman who owns a small business here in the state. I think it's a high-tech business. And she will illustrate how the Trump tariffs have hurt her business, she says. So Mr. Blumenthal is doing that. Chris Murphy is not going. He is going to be taking part in what they call the People's State of the Union, which I guess is going to happen on the National Mall or something. Jim Himes, 4th District Democrat, not going. John Larson, 1st District Democrat, not going. Johanna Hayes, 5th District Democrat, not going. Joe Courtney, 2nd District Democrat, is going. And now, look, we know, look, God bless Joe Courtney, Congressman Submarine. He knows he's got to play nice with the Armed Services Committee, the committees on spending and the budget, whatever, and the White House to make sure that Connecticut gets its chunk of the defense budget, so Joe Courtney's going. And kudos to Rosa DeLauro for going, listen, Rosa's what now, 82, 83. You can disagree with her, but she knows how things work in D.C. And I think Rosa understands, because they're trying to get some changes made to ICE and get more funding or turn the funding back on. The spigot is off now for Homeland Security. So Rosa DeLauro, look, she knows you're not going to get anything by kicking somebody between the legs or putting a thumb in their eye. So good on her. Unfortunately, there's more craziness up at the state capitol, and we have state capitol Democrats, the other big story today. For some reason, did you know this? Seriously? There's an emergency in Connecticut. Well, yeah, Paul, we had the blizzard. No. There's no blizzard emergency. There's no COVID emergency. There's no new sort of rampant fungus making its way through the state. You may have heard about that fungus that has the hospital folks worried. No, it's not that. The emergency is that state Democrats want to pass as much stuff as they can, maybe in one day tomorrow. Yes. Megan Portfolio is back with that and more coming up right here on WICC.
You know that the most popular person in your office is the one who brings the breakfast. And this time, that's you. With a little help from the Voice of Connecticut, make your way to voiceofct.com and enter to win the Breakfast Brigade. We'll grab a bunch of treats from Cakes by Sonia and head directly to your office. Impress your boss and be the hero of all your coworkers with the WICC Breakfast Brigade. Coming to your office soon.
Everyone has a passion, that one thing you'd love to spend all your time doing. Like going on runs anywhere and everywhere. Bonjour. Taking cooking lessons from world-famous chefs. Or rocking out to your favorite artists all over the world. Pursue your passions, whatever they may be. Play the new Millionaire for Life daily draw game for a chance at $1 million every year for the rest of your life.
Well,
passion funded for life. Overall odds 1 in 8.5. Must be 18 or older. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777.
This Friday for Lent, let St. Joseph's Parish in Shelton do the cooking. Announcing the St. Joseph's Parish Lenten Fish Fry. This Friday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at St. Joseph's Parish, 424 Coram Avenue in Shelton. Enjoy clam chowder, fried fish, baked fish, and coleslaw, plus raffles, community, and more. The St. Joseph's Parish Lenten Fish Fry is this Friday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. at St. Joseph's Parish, 424 Coram Avenue in Shelton.
The silence of fresh powder. The power to get there. Discover the new Land Rover Defender at Land Rover Fairfield. Geared for epic days with top-tier equipment from CB Sportif in Westport. Master the season. Adventure calls.
Walk when they say you can't stand. Laugh when they say you won't speak. When you're recovering from a severe illness or injury, even the smallest tasks can be the greatest mountains to climb. But at Gaylord Specialty Healthcare, we're not just doctors and nurses and therapists. We're experts and specialists and leaders. And we do whatever it takes to make your recovery possible. Gaylord Specialty Healthcare. Think possible.
Outpatient therapy services now available in Fairfield and Guilford. Gaylord.org.
For the best FCAC high school basketball coverage, tune in Sunday morning at 11 a.m. for Nothing But Net. Every Sunday on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9. Nothing But Net, brought to you by Duchess. Fresh food, served fast.
Hello, my name is Bob Cinto, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
WICC 600 AM and 95.9 FM has your traffic covered. Listen weekdays for the most up-to-date traffic reports brought to you by Smart MLS. There's a smarter way to sell your home.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound, an accident, exit 17 at the on-ramp. On 95, you're busy, but moving through Stamford and Fairfield and West Haven. We do have some reports of slippery spots on the secondary roads off the highway, so do watch your speeds, please. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with below the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The radio station Bridgeport has listened to for 100 years. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, back to open phones later on to wrap it up. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Megan Portfolio joins us every Tuesday, around about this time. Yes, she actually gets paid to watch what goes on in the General Assembly, to read the bills, to watch hours and hours and hours of CTN and try to keep her sanity, which to me is a magnificent thing. How are you? You all right?
Oh, I'm fine. Oh, I must say, though, I do love it.
Well, because
I love watching CTN and reading the bill.
Well, actually, now, let's talk about this. Apparently, Megan, we're under some sort of emergency here. I'm trying to figure out what it is. Now, COVID's long gone. The snow and blizzard emergency is long gone. I don't think we're being invaded by aliens or another country, so that's not it.
Well, wait, did Trump release the UFO files yet? We don't know that for sure.
So we're reading here that there's going to be, I guess, you tell us, because you've been following this, a massive bill tomorrow that's being done the way it's being done, not in the usual legislative process, but because there's and I'm using air quotes now, an emergency. Please explain this, because I can't get it.
Yeah, so how it works is in Connecticut, the House and the Senate can declare an emergency, and it basically just bypass the entire normal process, the committee process, the public hearing process, and just introduce a bill and call it for a vote without any input from the public. And I'm going to tell you right now, tomorrow the Senate's scheduled to come in.
Yeah.
And word on the street is they call it ESER, emergency certification, that they're going to ESER a bill tomorrow. Now it's 5:17 and it's still not on the system. So I had someone had forwarded me what they believe is going to be in the bill. It is a mishmash. There's no theme. It's just a mishmash of different things. And I was reading the CT Mirror article on it this morning.
Yeah.
And it was interesting. Speaker Ritter, who I like, and he runs a pretty tight ship over there in the House, he's saying it's a lot of bills that we tried to tackle last fall that have been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You having too much homework is not an emergency.
Wait a minute. That's the way the process is supposed to work. Change is supposed to be difficult. It's not supposed to be easy. Oh, no, this is too hard. And I know I read that same quote. Did he say that with a straight face? Do we know this or not?
I don't know. I read it in print.
Oh,
so I don't want to speak for the speaker.
Yeah, but again,
I thought it was ridiculous.
But again, they still haven't even officially posted the bill that's supposed to be voted on tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow supposedly tomorrow in the Senate. Like I said, it's not on the system yet.
Okay.
And then on Thursday, it would be sent to the House.
What a joke!
And it's just. Some of it isn't terrible stuff. And when you have 2/3 control of the House and Senate, you can do things the right way.
Mm-hmm.
But when we have a snowstorm, there's still people without power.
Yeah.
And you're preventing people from being part of the process. I'm expecting to see a No Kings rally this weekend.
They must work because we don't have a king. But I got to say this. On this ESER bill, a couple of things, Megan, I noticed right away. Number one, and let's take these individually. Number one, you have this, and this bill was contentious, and I think you and I talked about it, this warehouse bill, basically telling companies like Amazon what they can do. And geez, Megan, we have that bill in an election year. Now, the cynical part of me says this is to make, organized labor happy. What are your thoughts on that? Not that I'm trying to goad you into anything, but I noticed
what
the
my
Amazon.
thoughts are on
Yeah,
that.
I know.
We've known you long enough.
Yeah.
Of course, this is hey, look at me, look what I did for you. And what this bill does, I dub it the let's make our Amazon Prime packages cost more bill. It's telling warehouses how they can do productivity targets for their workers. This is just not a space for government to be involved in.
Mm-hmm.
This is a private business. They have, I've worked in the private sector. There's always quotas that you have to meet. There's always ways you have to measure productivity. I mean, workers don't just show up. I mean, you have to be. I'm accountable for where I work at Yankee. I have to produce. To keep my job. Mm-hmm. So for them, and the business community came out against this big time, CBIA, absolutely against it. And for them to literally not have a hearing this year on such a bill that's going to affect all of these businesses is ridiculous. And now this is what they're going to tell you, if you fight them on it, they say, well, we had a public hearing last year. Well, businesses move into the state all the time. People move to the state. Should they not be allowed to have access to the process? Should they not be allowed to weigh in? It's affecting their livelihood. Of course they should be allowed to weigh in. It's ridiculous. But the one that really, really, really aggravates me is in 2023, I reported that when we upped our deposit to 10 cents, I did a lot of research on that. And I looked at states that had done this, and I exposed all of the fraud that is going on.
I remember you did this, yes.
Yeah, I mean, people. I actually have one picture coming into Connecticut on 91 from Massachusetts of a pickup truck full of cans that they were going to redeem here. But I reported on this in 2023. It was on Capitol Report, and Dutch Chick actually put a really funny photo of Kramer on it, which I thought was awesome because I'm not allowed to do it because of copyright stuff.
Okay, yeah.
So I was really excited he did that. Yeah. But this was in 2023, Paul. You're telling me it's an emergency now? Mm-hmm. Yeah. You knew about this for how many years, but now it's an emergency. Now you have to bypass the whole process. And I'm not against them tightening the reins on this. I mean, I don't think people from Massachusetts should be redeeming their 5-cent cans for 10 cents. That's ridiculous. It costs us money. But to do this through this emergency process, when you knew about this since 2023,
of course. Of course. The other thing that I find interesting, Megan, and the guest is Megan Portfolio, that I guess part of this bill, again, for reading the same article you did, because there's not that much info on it, would be to start launching out all these millions of dollars in funding for these nonprofits. Gee, Megan, you think this...
Don't we have an FBI investigation going on? So this is a pretty bold strategy on their part.
You think that the FBI might be ready to go to the governor and say, hey, you have to shut this SH down right now because you have no control over this. Gee, you don't think this might be an effort to get the money out while they still can, do you?
I don't know. It's almost like, we have this fraud investigation going on, and it's like more earmarks faster. I don't understand in an election year why you would choose to not be transparent and not want accountability.
Yeah, well, again, there's kind of an answer there and there kind of isn't. But Megan, like I said earlier, and I know you're not allowed to be uber political, but I will. Whenever there is anybody in any legislative body, Republican or Democrat, that has been there for 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 years, either by party or individual, the stuff that you and I scream about every week, it becomes endemic and it just gets harder. And it's like an exterminator will say, well, the longer you let this go, the tougher my job is going to be. And, Megan, this is only going to change, or at least the process is only going to become somewhat human if there's major news coming out of the elections, which I don't know. Connecticut is the land of, I call us the Flex Seal state. We don't fix anything. We just squirt some Flex. It's the guy that's on at 2:30 in the morning, with the Flex Seal. That's what we are. So I don't know if this is ever going to change, but that's just me. I had a vent. I
don't think we should get rid of the ESER process. I mean, like if a bridge collapses, like I want there to be an avenue to, bypass, all of this stuff. But that's an emergency. The bottle bill, the warehouse bill, the earmarks, there's a lot of technical fixes to things. Yeah. So some to the election law. Like I said, I haven't seen the bill. I think it might be something that actually did have a public hearing on Monday. But that's the one bill that had a public hearing. And I don't care they had a public hearing last year or the year before or the year before that. And I don't care that you're in a short session. Yeah. Then your time management skills need to be better. But to block me and the Connecticut residents out of the process is not the answer.
And let's wrap up on this. I know this may make you break out in hives, but I've said this before. Or if they're going to do it this way, then you know what, Megan? I'd be open to, even if you pay them a little more money, then let's go to a full-time legislature. I hate these idiotic, oh, geez, my homework is due now things. No, let's take away all the 3 months here and the 5 or 6 months here. No, now you're doing nothing but this. And you know what? Maybe we'd get other people who actually want to make this a full-time job and are not lawyers and real estate agents on the side. But I digress. I'm sorry.
I mean, you have a valid point there. I mean, if we did have a year-long legislature, things would slow down so much. It would be forced to go slow. Mm-hmm. We would see thoughtful legislation. We wouldn't see all of this nonsense with how many dummy bills do you need to put out? If you have to have dummy bills so that you can add things later, again, your time management is wrong. I mean, there's no need for some of the bills that get put in. Some of them get put in by multiple lawmakers, and I get it. They're politicians. Yeah. That's not my world, and they have to, present things to their constituents. But have better time management. But I think you do have a point with a longer session or a year-long session. Yeah. I think you would see more thoughtful candidates. I think you would see more thoughtful legislation, and a lot of these problems that we have with the transparency would go away. Now, do I want to have to read bills all year round? Probably not. I mean, it's a full-time job watching.
Well, you could then ask,
short sessions. I can't imagine year round. But.
Ask Carol and the bosses there for a raise. Don't tell her I said that. Megan Portfolio, Megan Portfolio from the Hartford Portfolio Yankee Institute. Meg, thanks. We'll talk with you next week. Thank you.
Hey, Paul.
All right, bye-bye. No, seriously, folks, instead of jamming, and I know when I mention this, people yell at me. No, the only reason we have this legislative slop in Hartford is simply because they say, whoa, we don't have enough time.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Route 8 northbound, an accident, exit 17 at the on-ramp. On 95, you're busy, but moving through Stamford and Fairfield and West Haven. We do have some reports of slippery spots on the secondary roads off the highway, so do watch your speeds, please. Traffic report powered by Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven, offering complete dental care from A to Z. Call 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com today. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com.
Hey y'all, it's your boy Gary LaVox of Rascal Flats, and it's true, we are hitting the road one more time next year, and I love traveling through Connecticut. I'm looking so forward to our show coming up in Uncasville. There are so many amazing folks there, like my friend Jonathan Carbeauty of Carbeauty and Company Realtors. If you're thinking about selling your home, you need to talk to John and his team. And hey, you can find out what your home is worth in less than 30 seconds. Just go to Carbeauty and Company Realtors website and click What's My Home Worth? It's free, it's easy, and we'll get you moving on. When you need an agent you can trust, and we'll give you the most selling options, that's Jonathan Carbeauty and Carbeauty and Company Realtors. And remember,
sell your home smoothly when you call Car Beauty. Go to CarBeautyRealEstate.com. Let's go.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump is set to give his first State of the Union address of his second term tonight. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
You're going to hear the president share tear-jerking stories of American heroes, past and present, who really exemplify what it means to be a patriotic American.
CBS News has learned that an American Airlines 737 MAX 8 that flew from Miami to Medellin, Colombia yesterday was found with an apparent bullet hole in the right wing's aileron, which controls the roll of the aircraft. American says there were no injuries and no flight-related issues. Over 3 weeks after Nancy Guthrie's disappearance, her daughter Savannah says on social media that the family is offering an up to $1 million reward. As CBS's Jonathan Vigliotti reports.
When you listen to this video, you get the clear sense that she and her family are losing faith that Nancy Guthrie will be found alive. She said that they are coming to terms with the fact that she could be lost.
CBS News Brief, I'm Jennifer Kuiper.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Cleanup is still underway across Connecticut after this week's winter storm dumped between 1 foot and 2 feet of snow across the state. Thousands of Eversource utility customers were without power throughout most of the day Monday, and another nearly 3,000 United Illuminating customers. Bridgeport was hit the hardest with roughly 20 inches of total accumulation. According to the National Weather Service, the Hartford area saw between 7 and 17 inches of snow. In New London County, Mystic had 24 inches, and New Fairfield in Fairfield County had 21 inches. Meanwhile, forecasters are keeping an eye on the potential for 2 more storms later this week. The Connecticut State Police responded to over 80 car crashes during the height of the storm from 5 p.m. Sunday to 3 p.m. Monday. No serious crashes were reported, and the majority involved no injuries.
Whether that be a car that is stuck in the snow or is spin out and they can't get out of whatever position that they're in.
State Trooper Ramonda Zuta spoke about the state police response during the storm.
It's all hands on deck. Additional troopers have come in to help with what we call snow patrol, to kind of help with these calls that come in, whether they be accidents or motorist assist, because they definitely can pile up.
Police are also reminding drivers that Connecticut has an ice missile law, meaning that if you don't clear the snow off the top of your car, you could be pulled over and issued a ticket. If the snow should fly off your car and cause an accident or injury, that fine is much higher. If you still have snow to shovel, make sure you're being careful. State medical experts are warning about the health risks of snow shoveling, particularly the dense, wet snow that made up most of Winter Storm Calvin Monday. In addition to physical injury, Dr. Cynthia Price from Hartford Hospital told WTNH-TV News 8 that there is also an increased risk of a cardiovascular event.
You're using all of the oxygen that is around your heart. Your blood vessels are constricted. It's cold. Your blood is thick. It's cold, and that is a setup for cardiovascular events.
Some tips for staying safe while shoveling include warming up before going outside, pushing the snow rather than lifting it, and making sure to stay hydrated. CT Transit resumed regularly scheduled bus service today. Standard snow routes will remain in effect until road conditions improve. Normal service also resumed for Greater Bridgeport Transit in the aftermath of Monday's blizzard, with a warning that riders should expect delays and possible detours. The Greater New Haven Transit District is also back on a normal schedule post-storm. Bradley International Airport reported this morning that approximately 25% of flights had been canceled, but that there has been an improvement as the day went on. The airport was open during Monday's storm, but no planes left the tarmac. The cancellations primarily impacted morning departures, with only 3% of arriving flights being canceled. The Connecticut Airport Authority is advising travelers to check the status of their flight with their airline. Some Connecticut Democrats are joining others in boycotting President Donald Trump's State of the Union address tonight. Late last week, U.S. Senator Chris Murphy, 1st District Congressman John Larson, and 4th District Congressman Jim Himes announced they were sitting out the address in protest. All three Connecticut lawmakers said they would instead be attending a rally being held on the National Mall. Murphy said in a statement, quote, Donald Trump has made a mockery of the State of the Union speech, adding, quote, Democrats have no obligation to reward him with an audience. Between 20 and 40 House and Senate Democrats in total could boycott tonight's address by the president. Tomorrow, the full state Senate is set to vote on more than a dozen so-called, quote, emergency bills. It's not clear what the bills entail and why they're being discussed under emergency status, since the legislative session doesn't end until early May. When legislation passes under emergency status, that typically means ignoring the legislative process, which includes public hearings. And the Trumbull Town Council unanimously approved a bonding resolution for the new Veterans and First Responders Center in town. The $710,000 bond will allow the final phase of the center to be built. The town can now sign a contract with a construction company with the anticipation to resume construction in April or May. To keep track of the project and to learn more, check out TrumbullVeteransCenter.org. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, an accident reported between exit 42A and B and exit 46. On 95, heavy volume delays getting through Stamford right now. The Parkway is the easier ride. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet, Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Stay on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with a low of the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Stamford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All righty, couple of minutes left. If you want to jump in here, our pal Terry Calgill coming up momentarily. Couldn't get Terry on yesterday because of all the storm-related stuff. By the way, could see 1 to 3 inches of snow tonight. Man, 3 inches of snow, that's like a dusting compared to what we have. No, but seriously, be careful because you had a lot of the melt today. Even though the temp didn't get much above freezing today, the ultraviolet sun does melt some. But again, be careful, because you don't want to fall on your arse, or as my father used to say, your keister. That was Dad's. When he was nice, it was keister. Be careful you don't fall on your keister. When I was slacking off, he would say, I'll give you a boot in the ass. So when ass was interchanged for keister, I knew. 203-333-9422. Big new survey that came out today. In case you're just joining us. Now, you may have heard the story there, Chris Williams with the news at the bottom of the hour in my chat with Megan Portfolio. Again, there's going to be this big, huge bill passed tomorrow, likely in the General Assembly, by the majority Democrats, and to the victor go the spoils. I understand it, but it's not an emergency. Stop talking, like Megan said, stop talking about it like it's a disease or a bridge just collapsed, okay? But you have, bills to make unions happy in Connecticut being passed tomorrow by majority Democrats in an emergency package. Come on, stop it. I'm telling you, folks, I used to be against this, but now I am wholeheartedly, and I know you're going to go nuts when I say this, I am wholeheartedly in favor of a full-time legislature. I am. Well, you want them up there all the time? Yes, I do. Because it would eliminate them saying, well, we have a deadline. Well, the Republicans are obstructing us. Well, these public hearings take too long. No. There are states that function just fine and dandy that have full-time legislatures. Yes. They don't meet 5 days a week. They meet 3 or 4 days a week. They have constituent service the other days of the week. But this is ridiculous. Now, well, tomorrow, we're going to do this. Well, because this bill has been around for 2 or 3 years. Yes. Maybe it's been around for 2 or 3 years because it sucks in its present form. And maybe if you were serious about the bill, you wouldn't be up against the dog ate my homework kind of thing here. We got to get it passed. It's an emergency. No. A warehouse bill is not an emergency. A bill to machine gun out earmark money by the millions of dollars is not an emergency. You may think it's an emergency because you have a very influential member of the state Senate who is under FBI investigations. Oh, that could be tough. Yeah, you think? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. So when you hear all this in the news, tomorrow morning with Melissa and John, and in the middays with Lisa and John and Chris, and then tomorrow with me, you're going to say, well, what's an emergency? What happened? Did something collapse? Is there some sort of new festering disease out there? No. The emergency is legislative slop. The emergency is legislating, so what you have in the end is a big pile of, shall I say, fertilizer. And that's not the way the state needs to be run. We need to be thoughtful. I mean, what did you just hear from Megan? This omnibus, huge wad of spending. Members of the General Assembly, at least as she just heard, and she gets paid all day to watch and record all this, bless her, they don't even have the bill yet. What kind of business could work this way? It is mind-numbing. It is mind-numbing that we have this so-called emergency bill in Hartford. No. A warehouse bill that would make union workers at Amazon happy is not an emergency. I'm sorry. And an emergency bill to fire out millions of dollars in funding to nonprofits is not an emergency. Well, it might be. It could be an emergency if the guy that's ahead of these earmarks is, oh, geez, I don't know, being investigated by the feds. Holy crap. Hey, can we make this an emergency yet? Why? The FBI is closing in. I'm just kidding. Innocent till proven guilty, but we all know sometimes how that and them there may work.
Nonprofits and service organizations, how are you planning on engaging donors in 2026? Well, I've got a great new way. Hi, I'm Christina Preet, lifelong Connecticut resident and founder of the free mobile app Shopping Anyway. Shopping Anyway is a one-stop shop platform to engage with existing donors and attract new donors to communicate your needs for items such as food and basic necessities, volunteers, and fundraising events you're looking to promote. Visit shoppinganyway.com. And for those looking to get more involved in giving back to their community, go to shoppinganyway.com to download the free app.
Looking for quality dental care close to home? Columbia Dental in Norwalk and New Haven is here for you. As part of our robust network of 12 locations, we're open to fit your busy schedule. From routine cleanings and checkups to implants and oral surgery, Columbia Dental provides complete care for the whole family, all in one place. Call us today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. That's columbiadental.com. Your smile, our priority.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-551-7672.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-551-7672. That's 800-551-7672.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, an accident reported between exit 42A and B and exit 46. On 95, heavy volume delays getting through Stamford right now. The Parkway is the easier ride. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet, Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Stay on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Cloudy this evening with light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow. Clearing in the afternoon, milder with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
On your laptop, on your smart speaker, and even on your radio. No matter where or how you listen, you've got Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, we couldn't have him on last night because we were all digging out from 18 feet of snow, even though my friends from the Midwest and broadcasting are saying, we have this every other day, which I guess they do. But we're not the Dakotas. We're Connecticut here. That's debatable whether you like that or not. Terry Cowgill joins us. He writes at Substack.com. The blog is called Red Meat for Mushy Moderates. He also writes at the ConnecticutNewsJunkie.com. He's local, he's national, and he's here. Mr. Cowgill, good afternoon to you on a Tuesday. How are you?
Well, it's about 77 degrees here in San Antonio and sunny, and it's just a lovely day.
Boy.
I understand that you guys got some snow.
Oh, you're rubbing it in now, Terry. You see, I know visiting your son and your grandkids on it. Yes, we got a wee bit of snow, Terry. I guess the big spot in the state was about 24 inches. Yeah.
Well, we got a fair amount of snow in the northwest corner. I think about 16 inches, I'm told. But we didn't get any power outages because it was colder up there, and that means that the snow didn't stick to the trees the way it did farther south.
Yeah.
So even though there were high winds, we didn't get any power outages. I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah. No, listen, the state, all in all, Terry, from about 5 o'clock Sunday to about 2 o'clock yesterday, we got it all. Now, tonight, do you have snacks ready, adult beverages, a scorecard, a scorebook? Will you be watching the State of the Union tonight, Mr. Cowgill?
Well, I suppose I don't really have any choice. If I'm a pundit, I have to watch it, right?
Yeah. So what are your thoughts here?
I think he's, there's going to be the usual list of grievances. I really hope, I think you probably remember that State of the Union address where Barack Obama called out the Supreme Court justices who are sitting right in front of him.
Yeah.
He mentioned the Citizens United decision, which he thought was horrible, but he didn't single out anybody. But he did sort of wag his finger at them, and you saw Justice Alito shaking his head.
Mm-hmm.
But with the way he called out those Supreme Court justices the other day for the tariff decisions was it really made me cringe. He was saying that not only did the justices who voted against his tariffs, not only were they should they be ashamed of themselves, but their families should be ashamed of them as well. And he called them out by name. That was really cringeworthy. I hope he doesn't do that tonight, but, it could happen. It's going to be a very interesting dynamic because you're going to have many of these Congress people, mostly Democrats, are bringing in Epstein victims to sit out there with him. And I suppose the big drama is he going to recognize them? But I doubt it. He's never recognized them before, so I don't think it's going to start now.
Terry, before we get to your QAnon piece, which I found somewhat amusing, Terry, and I don't know whether I've mentioned this to you before, my thoughts on the Epstein thing are kind of like, you and I are old enough to remember that when we learned about the U.S. and Russia in whatever civics or history class we took, the theory of mutually assured destruction was brought up, meaning you can have 10,000 nukes on each side, but there's kind of an agreement, we don't go there on this. Do you think any of that has played out or is playing out in the Epstein files? Because if one side goes there, Terry, the other side's going to, and that could burn down both of them. Now, frankly, I couldn't care less, let it happen, but I wonder if you see that in any sort of the same way.
Well, I see. I mean, the most prominent Democrat who's been implicated in any way is Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
And I see Republicans and MAGA people on social media saying, "Oh, what about Clinton?" You know, and you Democrats don't like this. And I'm thinking they don't really have their pulse on the Democratic Party at this time, because I don't think Bill Clinton stands or has much of a standing left in the Democratic Party at this point. And I really don't think there are very many people who are going to give a rat's you-know-what if he is implicated. And I don't really think no Democrats I know want to defend him on this. So I think if it burns all the houses down, then that's fine.
That's it.
If you burn all the houses down, you can rebuild.
That's right.
There's insurance.
That's right. Yeah. I mean, the country is much stronger than any one person or group of person. You chose to write on Substack this week about some of my favorite people that I look at and I just laugh at. QAnon. And you have a picture of the guy, and people might know he's the guy with the painted face and the horns out of his head. Yeah. What is your point in this, Mr. Cowgill? Entertain us here.
That's Jacob Chansley, who is the QAnon shaman.
Yes.
And he's the guy. You saw a lot of pictures of him in the January 6th riot inside the Capitol. But, yeah, I brought it up simply because, everybody thought that – and QAnon still is a far-right, crazy right-wing conspiracy theory, and they're extremely MAGA. But they contended all along, among other crazy sounding conspiracy theories, that there was this international cabal of pedophiles and sex traffickers of children, and that it involved higher-ups in all walks of life, including not only politics, but academia, finance, you name it. And you know what? They turned out to be partly right. Not all of it. They didn't get everything right.
I know.
But I think one thing they did not anticipate, however, they're extremely pro-Trump.
Yeah.
And I think they did not anticipate that this cabal might in some way involve him. We don't know, but I think that it's pretty obvious at this point, and there's an NPR story up today that shows that there were actual files that were omitted from the public release that mentioned Trump's name. And so I do think that there's every reason to believe at this point that the White House is in full cover-up mode. So if it does involve Trump, this is something they definitely got wrong, because I don't think they would want to go there otherwise. But I really do think that I grudgingly give them credit, because as I wrote in my headline, this is in the I hate to admit it department.
Yeah.
There they are.
Yeah, and finally, Terry, in about the minute and change we have left, I am shocked, or maybe I shouldn't be, that nobody is asking. And I remember when this story broke. People tend to forget that Jeffrey Epstein was convicted once back in 2008 on basically local charges. The feds went very light on him, if nothing at all, and we barely hear anything on that, Terry. And the guy in his work release was able to go to his office in Florida and work from his office. And I listen, whatever's out there now, go after. But to me, you remember this story back in 2008. I'm thinking to myself, what is going on here? And sure enough, we're paying the price right now.
Yeah, and the guy who made that sweetheart deal for Jeffrey Epstein to get him off of federal charges and just the state charges, and then gave him the sweetheart arrangement you're talking about.
Yeah.
The federal prosecutor was a fellow named Alex Acosta, who was until a few months ago labor secretary in the Trump administration.
Mm-hmm.
So that obviously is a really bad look. But, I did want to say one other thing, and I know that you had spoken about the state employees unions. I've always been horrified at how the Democrats in the General Assembly have been in bed with the state employees unions.
Yeah.
And I've long been against public sector unions because it's too cozy, the relationship. Whereas in the private sector, it's generally at an arm's length.
Yeah.
And as is the case in the 1970s with the auto workers, if you push too far, there's the risk that the company can go bankrupt.
Yeah.
Right? There's no fear that the government's going to go bankrupt because you get a raise. And so I've often been horrified at that. And I really hope something can be done in Texas. By the way, we have public sector unions, but they may not collectively bargain, which is very interesting.
How about that? Yes, you and Mr. Roosevelt, Franklin D. Not a fan of municipal and public sector unions. Terry, enjoy the warm weather. We appreciate it. Terry Cowgill, ConnecticutNewsJunkie.com, and also Substack.com. Red meat for mushy moderates. We read his piece, begrudgingly giving QAnon a little credit here. Terry, thanks. We'll chat next week, my friend. Appreciate it.
It's worth it just to look at the picture, the lead picture.
Oh, I laughed when I saw. Thank you, Terry. Appreciate it, my friend. Take care. All right. Yeah. He's right. Remember when the QAnon guy kept saying pedophiles, and we're like, oh. And remember they alluded to a pedophile ring being run out of pizza parlors. Remember? Oh. Maybe this is a reminder. Don't laugh at everybody. All right, let's put a cap on it. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Wilbur Cross, Route 15 northbound, an accident reported between exit 42A and B and exit 46. On 95, heavy volume delays getting through Stamford right now. The Parkway is the easier ride. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet, Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Stay on top flooring brands of Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, light snow arriving by late at night with a low in the mid-teens. Light snow ending by mid-morning tomorrow, maybe an inch by midday. Clearing and milder in the afternoon with a high near 40. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Let's be honest, most of us spend a lot of time thinking about retirement, but not so much actually preparing for it. Each week, David Gagnon, he's the host of Mastering Your Wealth, he discusses the financial news of the day and explains how it could affect you as you get ready for retirement. Join David Saturday mornings at 8 for Mastering Your Wealth Radio right here on WICC 600. You can also visit masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Pizza's here. Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, thanks to all our guests today. Who we had? We had Megan Portfolio. We had Terry Cowgill. We had Olivia Rinaldi. Did I skip anybody? I don't know. There's just so many people. All right, back tomorrow. We'll have some analysis of the State of the Union address. And listen, here's what's going to happen. I'll break all the tension for you right now. Trump people will love it. Democrats will hate it. I guess he's going to talk about the victims of crime by immigration, illegal immigrants. So a lot of people say, well, see, he's a xenophobe. Hopefully the men's hockey team, the Olympic gold medal winning men's hockey team, they get a standing O. And you're going to get a significant amount of people on both sides of the aisle tomorrow in the sports world and also in the news and punditry world that I tend to hang around in going, really? The women couldn't go? Some of them couldn't go? So we'll see that. Then we'll all be called sexist, and that'll be it. Chris Williams, thank you. We're back tomorrow at 2.
WICC AM Bridgeport, WICC FM Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour.